7 things spiritually awakened people quickly quit. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like certain habits or patterns were quietly holding you back? Spiritually awakened people don't just grow, they shed. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving into 7 powerful things that awakened souls instinctively let go of on their journey to deeper peace, purpose, and inner power. These aren't just spiritual ideas. They are life-changing choices that anyone can apply. Which of these have you already released from your life? Let us know in the comments, and if something resonates with you, don't forget to share this with someone on the same path. Let's grow together. 1. Toxic relationships. In the path of spiritual awakening, an essential milestone is learning to recognize and step away from toxic relationships. Picture yourself on a journey towards inner peace and self-improvement, yet you encounter people who continually drain your energy and bring unnecessary turmoil into your life. In Stoicism, there is a strong emphasis on controlling our reactions and maintaining tranquility, regardless of external influences. This mindset is especially useful when dealing with toxic individuals. Toxic relationships involve people who consistently project negativity into our lives. They may be friends, family members, or colleagues who thrive on conflict or subtly erode our confidence and hinder our personal development. These types of connections can seriously affect our mental and emotional well-being. Much like trying to build on unstable ground, no matter how hard you try, the foundation remains weak. Consider the case of Sarah, a young professional focused on advancing her career. She has a colleague, Lisa, who constantly criticizes her work and fosters a hostile office environment. Sarah initially attempts to overlook Lisa's behavior, hoping it will improve. However, as the negativity persists, Sarah begins to feel overwhelmed and demotivated, impacting both her performance and peace of mind. It isn't until Sarah acknowledges the detrimental effects of this toxic dynamic and establishes boundaries that she regains her sense of balance and clarity. Reflect on your own relationships and encounters. Are there individuals who leave you feeling depleted or undervalued? Identifying these toxic influences is not about casting blame, but protecting your own well-being. By creating distance from such relationships, you not only safeguard your peace, but also open the door to healthier, more supportive connections that align with your spiritual awakening. Breaking free from toxic relationships can be challenging, but it's a crucial step in fostering your spiritual growth. It requires both bravery and self-awareness to recognize when a relationship no longer aligns with your best interests. Keep in mind, setting boundaries isn't about cutting people off abruptly. It's about making decisions that nurture your inner peace and well-being. If this resonates with you, let me know by commenting "Awakened" below. Your engagement helps us explore more aspects of spiritual growth and empowerment together. By addressing toxic relationships, you clear the path for a more peaceful and fulfilling life. This step not only enhances your spiritual awakening, but also mirrors the Stoic philosophy of focusing on your own responses and maintaining inner calm. Embrace the process of identifying and moving away from negativity as a vital part of your personal and spiritual evolution. 2. Ego-driven desires. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the race for material success, recognition, and external validation. However, as you embark on a spiritual journey, it becomes evident that these pursuits, often driven by ego, tend to feel shallow and short-lived. Spiritual awakening urges you to shift your focus away from seeking approval from others and instead cultivate inner virtues and a sense of purpose. This transformation means valuing your character and personal growth over chasing surface-level accomplishments. Imagine someone who's always striving for promotions, likes on social media, and the admiration of others. While each milestone might offer a fleeting sense of achievement, the satisfaction quickly fades. In contrast, those on a path of spiritual awakening find lasting fulfillment by focusing on their inner development. This shift is similar to the teachings of Stoicism, where virtues such as wisdom and integrity take precedence over the pursuit of status and recognition. As you let go of these ego-driven desires, you begin to align more with your authentic self, making it easier to navigate difficult relationships, like those involving narcissistic personalities. Consider a modern example: a high-powered executive who's always chasing after more influence and recognition. They may have the prestigious job title and an enviable salary, yet they feel an underlying sense of emptiness. On the other hand, someone who prioritizes self-awareness and personal growth may live a simpler life, but experiences deeper, more lasting satisfaction. This change in mindset isn't about giving up ambition, but rather about redirecting it. By focusing on values like compassion, honesty, and humility, you come to realize that true happiness and contentment are found within, not from external achievements. As you reflect on your own journey, ask yourself, are your current goals driven by a need for external validation or a true sense of purpose? This reflection can help you identify where you might be prioritizing temporary desires over long-lasting values. The key takeaway here is to redirect your focus from seeking approval to fostering inner virtues. By embracing this change, you enrich your own life and improve your relationships, even with those who may not have your best interests at heart. Start this journey towards spiritual growth, and you'll find greater fulfillment and balance in life. If this message resonates with you, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications. Join our community as we dive deeper into aligning with our true selves and finding meaning from within. 3. The need for control. One of the key insights on the journey to spiritual awakening is the release of the need to control. In today's fast-paced world, where unpredictability and chaos often dominate, many find themselves clinging tightly to control as a way of managing stress and uncertainty. This desire to micromanage every situation and influence the actions of others can lead to a great deal of frustration and exhaustion. Ancient philosophies like Stoicism offer a timeless perspective on this challenge. They suggest that real freedom and peace come from accepting what lies beyond our control and focusing on what we can, primarily our own thoughts, emotions, and actions. Spiritually awakened individuals internalize this wisdom by surrendering their efforts to control external events or the behavior of others. Instead, they shift their focus inward, working to refine their responses to life's inevitable challenges and uncertainties. This doesn't mean they become passive or disengaged. Rather, it reflects a deep alignment with the natural rhythms of life, embracing its uncertainties with grace. By channeling their energy into self-awareness and self-mastery, they cultivate a sense of peace and resilience that transforms how they move through the world. In the context of our modern existence, this approach holds immense value. The relentless pursuit of control, whether in our careers or relationships, often leaves us feeling drained and disconnected. By loosening our grip on the need for control, we create space for more authentic connections and a richer, more meaningful experience of life. This shift also nurtures greater empathy and understanding, as it allows us to see beyond our own desires for certainty and embrace the unpredictable beauty of life. Adopting this mindset not only enhances personal tranquility, but also improves how we relate to others. It fosters a sense of openness and flexibility that makes navigating life's challenges less burdensome. When we release the constant urge to control, we step into a more spiritually aligned and harmonious existence. Are you ready to release the need for control and invite more peace and fulfillment into your life? If so, comment, "I am open to acceptance," and join this journey of transformation. Let's embrace the flow of life and discover inner peace together. 4. Fear of change. Letting go of the fear of change is essential for anyone seeking spiritual growth. Change can be intimidating, but for those on a path of spiritual awakening, learning to accept and flow with it is crucial. Drawing inspiration from Stoicism, which teaches that change is a natural and unavoidable part of existence, we come to realize that embracing change brings peace and emotional strength. In today's fast-paced world, resisting change often leads to stress, frustration, and unnecessary conflict, particularly when interacting with difficult people. However, by shifting our mindset and seeing change as an opportunity for growth, we can remain calm and grounded no matter what life throws our way. This shift in perspective not only improves personal relationships, but also paves the way for new experiences and opportunities. In the modern world, change is not just inevitable, but constant. Whether it's a new chapter in your career, shifts in relationships, or the uncertainty of daily life, those who embrace change can navigate transitions with greater ease and resilience. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we cannot control everything around us, we can control how we respond. By focusing on the areas of life we can influence and letting go of what we cannot, we create a foundation of inner stability and purpose. This mindset is especially useful in today's unpredictable environments. Rather than clinging to old habits or fearing new challenges, spiritually awakened people see change as a path to personal growth and transformation. Additionally, recognizing that change is a natural part of life helps us deal more effectively with difficult situations and people. Instead of reacting with frustration or fear, a spiritually awakened person approaches these challenges with calm and adaptability. This outlook not only strengthens personal relationships, but also deepens self-awareness and emotional resilience. When we accept change with an open heart, we can move through life's ups and downs more gracefully, leading to a richer, more spiritually aligned existence. To conclude, the journey of spiritual awakening requires us to release fear and welcome change as an essential element of growth. By embracing the wisdom of Stoicism in our daily lives, we can transform how we face challenges and interact with the world, leading to a more balanced and enlightened way of being. Remember, change is not an obstacle, but a gift, an opportunity for self-development and spiritual evolution. Are you ready to embrace this shift and unlock your potential? If you're committed to welcoming change and leaving fear behind, drop an "I embrace change" in the comments. Join us on this path to spiritual growth and learn to face life's transitions with grace and strength. 5. Negative self-talk. Let's explore a crucial aspect of spiritual awakening: breaking free from negative self-talk. As you embark on your path of manifestation, it becomes vital to understand how your internal dialogue shapes your reality. Have you ever caught yourself thinking, "I'm not capable," or "This is too hard for me"? These aren't just fleeting thoughts. They form the foundation of your beliefs, influencing your actions and, in turn, your ability to manifest what you truly desire. As Buddha wisely stated, the mind is everything. What you think, you become. Transforming these negative dialogues into positive affirmations is the key to unlocking your highest potential. Think of your mind as fertile soil. Each thought you entertain acts as a seed that takes root. Negative self-talk plants seeds of doubt and limitation, while positive affirmations cultivate growth, opportunity, and self-belief. By consistently replacing critical thoughts with empowering statements like "I am strong" or "I am worthy of success," you shift the narrative of your inner world. Over time, this practice aligns you with a mindset of abundance, making space for your goals to materialize. This process aligns closely with Stoic philosophy, which encourages mastering one's inner world. Just as the Stoics believed in controlling their responses and emotions, you too can train your mind to foster positivity and self-belief. Ask yourself, how often do you find your thoughts filled with self-doubt or insecurity? These thoughts aren't merely words, but are potent forces that shape your experience of the world. As Wayne Dyer wisely noted, you cannot control your life if you allow your mind to control you. By deliberately replacing negative thoughts with affirmations, you recondition your mind to support your journey of manifestation. This transformation takes time, but through consistent practice, it becomes second nature, leading to more effective manifestations. Consider how a child learns to ride a bike. They may fall countless times, but with persistence, they eventually succeed. In the same way, replacing negative self-talk with positive affirmations requires time and commitment. It's a process of retraining your brain to default to thoughts that support your goals. With practice, your mind will naturally align with opportunities instead of obstacles, and you'll begin to see the path to your desires open up before you. Marianne Williamson said it best: "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure." By silencing your inner critic and amplifying positive affirmations, you unlock your true power and set the stage for your manifestations to come to life. So how do you begin this shift today? Start by becoming mindful of your self-talk. Affirm to yourself, "I am rising above all negativity." When you notice a negative thought creeping in, consciously replace it with a positive one. For instance, if you catch yourself thinking, "I always fail," transform it into, "I am learning and growing with each experience." Keep a journal of your affirmations and review them regularly to reinforce this mindset. Over time, positive self-talk will become your natural habit, empowering your journey of manifestation and bringing you closer to your goals. Remember, the road to spiritual awakening and manifestation begins within. By recognizing and transforming negative self-talk, you attune yourself to the positive energy necessary to create the life you desire. As you embrace this inner transformation, you'll discover a stronger, more confident version of yourself, ready to attract abundance and joy. Are you prepared to fill your mind with positivity and watch your manifestations unfold? The power to create the life you envision is already within you. Welcome it with faith and conviction. 6. Societal expectations. The next shift that spiritually awakened individuals undergo is the decision to break free from societal expectations. In a world where success is often measured by status, wealth, and external accomplishments, spiritually aligned people choose to prioritize their inner values over these external standards. They realize that true satisfaction comes not from conforming to what society deems successful, but from living authentically and faithfully to their core beliefs and purpose. For example, while the world may praise high-paying jobs or the latest technological gadgets, spiritually awakened people find deeper satisfaction in pursuing a path that aligns with their values, even if it challenges conventional norms. Another important shift involves releasing the need for external validation. In today's digital age, where likes, shares, and followers can determine a person's self-worth, the pressure to be approved can be overwhelming. Spiritually awakened individuals realize that their worth comes from within, not from the opinions of others. This realization fosters a strong sense of self, rooted in confidence and inner peace, rather than the pursuit of validation from external sources. A significant shift also occurs in how spiritually awakened individuals view comparison and competition. In a society that often measures success by how we compare ourselves to others, whether it's in our careers or personal achievements, breaking free from this way of thinking is liberating. Spiritually awakened individuals embrace their own unique journey, releasing the stress of constantly competing with others and cultivating a sense of fulfillment and peace with their own progress. Furthermore, those on the spiritual path will move away from materialism. In modern culture, success is often seen as the accumulation of wealth and possessions, but spiritual awakening teaches that true abundance comes from meaningful experiences, personal growth, and nurturing relationships. This shift allows spiritually awakened individuals to focus on what truly enriches their lives, rather than being consumed by the pursuit of material wealth. Reevaluating relationships is another important shift for those undergoing spiritual growth. This process often involves evaluating which relationships support their growth and which relationships drain their energy. Letting go of relationships that no longer serve their spiritual path allows them to cultivate an environment filled with uplifting, supportive people who encourage their personal growth. Mindfulness and self-care also become a priority. In a fast-paced society that often glorifies constant activity and neglects the importance of well-being, spiritually awakened individuals recognize the need to prioritize activities like meditation, reflection, and self-care. By focusing on their mental and emotional health, they find more balance and live with more purpose and clarity. Ultimately, the fear of failure or the unknown begins to fade. Spiritual awakening inspires a sense of confidence and courage, encouraging people to face their fears instead of letting them control their decisions. By embracing uncertainty and stepping out of their comfort zone, spiritually awakened individuals open themselves up to new growth and opportunities. Ultimately, spiritual awakening is about releasing societal expectations and choosing a path that aligns with personal values and inner truth. By letting go of the need for validation, comparison, materialism, and fear, people can live more authentic and fulfilling lives. As you continue on your spiritual journey, reflect on how these changes can help you deepen your connection to yourself and your purpose. If these ideas resonate with you, leave a comment saying, "I am ready to live authentically," to declare your commitment to breaking free from societal norms and living a life that reflects your true self. 7. Material obsession. Many individuals, upon experiencing spiritual awakening, quickly come to the realization that their preoccupation with material wealth and possessions no longer serves their higher purpose. It's not simply about letting go of physical items. It's about embracing a deeper understanding of what truly holds value in life. As Buddha insightfully remarked, attachment is the root of suffering. By releasing the attachment to material goods, you align yourself more closely with the Stoic idea of focusing on what genuinely matters. This shift allows you to face life's challenges with greater calm and perspective, knowing that your worth is not determined by what you own, but by who you are and the intentions you bring to the world. Consider how much energy you invest in acquiring the latest phone, car, or designer clothing. Does this constant pursuit of more add to your peace of mind? Or does it drain your ability to focus on deeper, more meaningful goals? By shifting your attention from accumulating material possessions to fostering inner growth and spiritual enrichment, you open yourself to a life that is more fulfilling and aligned with your true self. Letting go of this fixation creates space for richer experiences and more authentic connections, nurturing both your personal journey and your overall well-being. This idea ties back to the law of attraction, which suggests that what we focus on expands. When you're consumed by the need for material things, you're projecting an energy that craves external validation. On the other hand, when you prioritize inner development and the manifestation of your true desires, you harmonize with a more balanced and satisfying energy. It's about finding joy in the present moment rather than endlessly seeking something outside of yourself. Steve Jobs once said, "The only way to do great work is to love what you do." This principle applies to life as a whole. True fulfillment comes not from what we acquire, but from what we love and value in our lives. Are you ready to explore how freeing yourself from material obsession can elevate your life and align you with your highest potential? If so, comment, "I'm embracing my inner growth," as a commitment to this transformative journey. Let's walk this path together and align ourselves with our true purpose. Reflect on what truly brings joy and fulfillment, and ask yourself if your attachment to material things is preventing you from reaching your full potential. This journey requires acknowledging that your worth is not determined by what you have, but by the energy and intentions you put into the world. As you move forward, remember that growth is a process, not a destination. Allow yourself the freedom to evolve and trust that by releasing material concerns, you will invite more meaningful experiences and deeper connections into your life. When you focus on personal development and the manifestation of your true desires, you not only transform your own life, but also positively impact those around you. The change you seek starts from within, and as you align your actions with your deepest values, you'll find that the universe responds in powerful ways. In this video, we explored 7 key shifts that spiritually awakened people quickly embrace, such as letting go of toxic relationships, releasing the need for control, and moving away from ego-driven desires. These transformations lead to a more peaceful and authentic life, where inner growth takes precedence over societal pressures and material obsessions. As you reflect on these insights, consider how you can apply them to your daily life to foster personal growth and happiness. Which of these changes resonates most with you? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us at Spiritual Wisdom for more transformative content on your spiritual journey. The Carl Jung Theory that explains DMT entities by Terence McKenna. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. In today's video, the Carl Jung Theory that explains DMT entities by Terence McKenna, we explore the mind-bending intersection between Jung's deep psychological insights and McKenna's astonishing experiences with DMT entities. This isn't just theory, it's a mirror to your inner world. What if the beings you encounter aren't just hallucinations, but fragments of your own psyche trying to speak? What if the answers you seek are already within you, waiting to be unlocked? As you listen, ask yourself, have you ever experienced something beyond explanation in a dream, a vision, or a deep moment of meditation? Share your thoughts in the comments. Let's explore this mystery together. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you believe true growth begins within. 1. The mystery of the entities encountered. The question that stirs both wonder and discomfort remains: who or what do people encounter in the DMT dimension? Terence McKenna didn't offer a single answer because there isn't one. Instead, he pointed to the mystery itself. He suggested that reality might not be as solid or singular as we assume. Perhaps running alongside our familiar world is another alternate plane brimming with sentient, intelligent life. Not human, not an animal. Something else entirely. McKenna described these beings as machine elves, entities that speak in light and geometry. They don't use words, but rather shape, sound, and symbolic motion, a language that bypasses logic and speaks straight to the soul. These elves seem intent on communication, showing, teaching, even urging. The entire encounter feels like a sacred unveiling, as if they are revealing something already known but long forgotten. The experience is intimate, yet alien, playful, yet deeply wise. Carl Jung's voice enters here not to deny these beings, but to deepen our understanding of them. Jung explored how the human psyche contains not only the personal unconscious, but also the collective unconscious, a vast reservoir of archetypes and symbolic forms shared across humanity. Within this collective realm are psychic forces so powerful they can manifest as distinct identities. In his study of Goethe's Faust, Jung paid particular attention to the Kibiri, or alchemical children, who represent transformative elements in the psyche. He considered these figures to be autonomous psychic fragments, expressing themselves through the symbolic theater of the inner world. This leads to a radical possibility. What if these DMT entities are not beings from another universe, but emissaries from within? What if, in states of heightened consciousness, we encounter parts of ourselves so ancient, so powerful, and so unintegrated that they appear to be other? The mystical becomes psychological. The alien becomes intimate. The elves may not be out there, they may be in here. In daily life, we repress intuition, avoid emotions, ignore dreams, and fear silence. The ego clings to the known, the familiar, the controlled. But Jung warned that what we repress does not vanish. It lives on in the shadow, waiting to be seen. He wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When the veil thins, whether through trauma, psychedelic experience, deep meditation, or even art, those hidden elements emerge. Consider the modern professional who's burned out, disconnected, uninspired. One afternoon, they retreat from the noise of life and sit alone with their thoughts. No substances, no distractions. And suddenly, visions arise, memories, symbols, even presences. Are they hallucinations? Or long-forgotten parts of the soul speaking through archetypal form? The experience mirrors the DMT state, contact with something bigger, wiser, older, and strangely familiar. McKenna and Jung, though speaking different languages, psychedelia and psychology arrive at the same doorway. Behind that door is the self, not as ego, but as totality. Light and shadow, known and unknown, human and divine. Spiritual awakening, in this context, is not the escape from reality, but the courageous journey deeper into it. And on that journey, we must be willing to meet the beings, both beautiful and terrifying, that live within our own unconscious. These inner encounters aren't distractions or delusions. They are initiations. Each one brings us closer to wholeness. The entities, whether real or symbolic, serve the same purpose: to awaken us, to remind us, and to return us to the source. Through Carl Jung's insights and McKenna's bold explorations, we're invited to look inward, to listen more closely, and to respect the wild, mysterious depths of the human psyche. Have you ever encountered something unexplainable that made you question reality itself? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can reflect and learn. If not, comment, "I'm open to the mystery," and join us as we explore the unknown together. 2. First possibility, a parallel universe. One compelling theory suggests that our understanding of reality is not just limited, but fundamentally flawed. According to Terence McKenna, what we call normal is only a thin layer of perception, and beyond it lies an invisible dimension, a parallel universe filled with intelligent beings who use a kind of living language to create objects. These aren't metaphors. These entities, often referred to as elves, appear during powerful DMT experiences. They are vivid, interactive, and astonishingly conscious. They don't speak in words, but in shimmering vibrations that manifest as objects, structures, even entire worlds. McKenna insists that this realm isn't a hallucination. It's not an illusion. It's a hidden domain of consciousness that exists just beyond the veil. And DMT is the key that breaks you through. Carl Jung's psychological framework provides profound context for this. Jung described the psyche as a deep and multi-layered structure, containing not only personal memories, but also a collective unconscious, an inherited pool of symbols, myths, and archetypes. Within this realm live what Jung called autonomous psychic elements, forces within the psyche that operate independently of the ego. He studied these in great depth, especially through alchemical texts. One example is the Kaberi mysterious, childlike beings that appear in the third act of Faust, associated with transformation and deep psychic alchemy. Jung saw them as real manifestations of psychological truth, symbols of powerful internal shifts. If we look closely, these alchemical children are not so different from the DMT entities. Both seem to emerge from a deeper layer of reality. Both appear during states of transformation. Both possess a kind of intelligence that seems to know us better than we know ourselves. Jung would argue that these aren't just hallucinations or random visions, they are mirrors. Mirrors reflecting forgotten parts of our own being. In his view, the unconscious mind is not a dead storage of memories. It is alive. It dreams, it creates, it warns, and it heals. When people meet DMT entities, they may actually be meeting these autonomous fragments archetypes clothed in mystery surfacing to deliver a spiritual message or initiate a rite of passage. McKenna described the experience as more real than waking life. He believed that the language of these entities was performative. It didn't describe reality, it produced it. That mirrors Jung's idea that symbols from the unconscious are not passive. They actively shape our lives. What we repress, ignore, or forget in the waking world becomes amplified in the inner one. When we step into altered states, we enter a realm where psychological truth takes form, sometimes in the shape of guides, watchers, or creators who challenge us to expand. At that moment, we're not just observers. We're participants in a cosmic dialogue. The connection between Jung's depth psychology and McKenna's DMT explorations is not just theoretical, it's spiritual wisdom in motion. The idea that there is more to existence than meets the eye isn't fantasy. It's a message repeated through mythology, mysticism, and now psychedelic science. These encounters invite us to question our reality, our identity, and our purpose. They invite us to see that consciousness is vast, intelligent, and possibly interconnected with dimensions far beyond the physical. This spiritual wisdom isn't reserved for philosophers or psychonauts. It belongs to anyone brave enough to question the surface and descend into the deeper currents of the soul. Comment below. I am open to new dimensions. If you're ready to explore the mysteries of parallel worlds and hidden realms. 3. Second possibility. Carl Jung's psychological explanation. Carl Jung's psychological interpretation offers a profound lens through which to view the mysterious entities encountered in DMT experiences. Rather than labeling these beings as external aliens or interdimensional visitors, Jung suggested that they may, in fact, be autonomous psychic fragments, splinters of the unconscious mind that have broken away from the control of the ego. These psychic energies, which Jung often explored through the symbolism of alchemy, are not hallucinations in the dismissive sense. They are living symbols, deeply rooted in the architecture of the psyche, often taking on form during altered states to deliver a message or reveal something previously hidden. During his study of alchemy, Jung explored characters like the Kibiri and the homunculi, mysterious, childlike figures who emerge in symbolic rituals. He interpreted them as archetypal energies that represent the early, undeveloped stages of consciousness, parts of ourselves that are still evolving. These energies can manifest as tricksters, guides, or even chaotic forces when the conscious mind is bypassed, such as in deep meditation, dreams, or psychedelic states. In this view, DMT does not create these entities, it reveals them. The veil thins, and you find yourself standing face to face with the hidden contents of your own psyche. This perspective radically shifts the way we understand spiritual phenomena. Instead of chasing the external, Jung's theory invites us inward. The so-called machine elves, jesters, or celestial architects may not be foreign beings at all, but symbolic expressions of our deepest wounds, forgotten memories, and repressed potentials. These psychic elements carry intelligence because they come from the part of us that is ancient and primal, yet deeply knowing. They do not speak with logic, they speak with metaphor, image, and emotional force. And that is why they feel real. Because they are real, not in the physical sense, but in the psychological and spiritual sense that truly matters. Jung believed that a spiritual awakening could not happen without this direct confrontation with the unconscious. He wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." In this light, DMT experiences are not escapes from reality, but intense encounters with the blueprint of your own being. These entities, if you allow them, can serve as inner mirrors, reflecting back what the conscious ego has denied. They represent the beginning of integration. They are not enemies. They are invitations. When people describe meeting entities who feel like teachers, creators, or tricksters, they are often describing encounters with symbolic layers of their own consciousness. The reason these figures seem so vivid is because they come from a part of the mind that is unbound by time, language, or identity, the archetypal layer Jung spent his life decoding. These experiences, while bizarre, are not meaningless. They are psychic initiations, often signaling the start of a deep transformation. Spiritual awakening is not about bypassing pain or floating in light. It is about entering the inner wilderness and returning with wisdom. What you see on DMT is not just strange geometry or alien life. It may be your psyche, projected in its purest form. The challenge is to interpret, not escape. To listen, not fear. Because in doing so, you reclaim the fragments of yourself that have long awaited your return. If you're ready to explore the hidden depths of your unconscious mind, don't hesitate to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's uncover these inner mysteries together. 4. The psyche as fragmented consciousness. The psyche, as Carl Jung saw it, is not a singular, orderly structure. It is a mysterious, layered realm of images, forces, and forgotten voices. When pushed beyond ordinary consciousness, especially through profound experiences like DMT, the mind doesn't simply expand, it breaks open. And what spills out is not something foreign, but fragments of yourself. Think of mercury dropped onto a surface. It doesn't disappear. It scatters into many glimmering pieces. Each drop reflects light, dances, separates, yet still belongs to the same whole. The same is true for your consciousness. When the ego loses its grip, what emerges are these sparkling fragments of the soul, each taking on a shape, a personality, a message. These are the so-called DMT entities. Terence McKenna described them as self-transforming machine elves, playful beings of impossible intelligence that speak in color and emotion. But from Jung's perspective, they are something far deeper. He believed that the unconscious is populated with autonomous psychic elements, symbolic beings that behave independently, because they come from parts of your mind long disowned or unintegrated. He wrote about the Kibiri, strange spirit children from alchemical visions, and the homunculus, the little symbolic man created in the alchemist's flask. These weren't fantasy characters. They were inner realities, representations of psychic energy that had gained form because the conscious mind could no longer contain them. In modern life, these psychic fragments don't just appear in altered states, they show up in everyday emotional turmoil. After a heartbreak, after failure, in moments of deep exhaustion, you don't feel like one person anymore. You feel like many. The hopeful part wants to try again. The wounded part wants to hide. The angry part lashes out. Each is a living voice within you, each trying to make sense of your pain. DMT doesn't invent these voices. It simply strips away the filters that keep them in the dark. What you see in that space may look like elves, guides, or alien beings, but they're all mirrors. Mirrors of your hidden beliefs, memories, fears, and longings. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious is not just a shadow, it is also the source of great light. What you meet in that psychedelic space may feel like a separate being, but it carries your emotional tone, your stories, your unresolved truths. These encounters are invitations. They are not distractions from reality. They are pathways into the core of your being. As Jung famously said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The machine elf may not just be showing you a cosmic joke. It may be revealing a fragment of your forgotten self. And that self is asking to be seen, heard, and welcomed home. In this way, the DMT experience becomes a sacred ritual of integration. It's not about visiting another world. It's about returning to the inner world that you've ignored. The elves are not invaders. They are invitations. They ask you, which parts of you have been abandoned? Which truths have been buried? What part of your soul has been begging for reintegration? Carl Jung's insights into the psyche give these encounters meaning. They remind you that what you fear, resist, or mock in the psychedelic space may be the very key to your healing. Healing is not a linear path. It's a spiral. Every step forward requires a return into the self, into the wound, into the unconscious. The spilled mercury must be gathered drop by drop, and every so-called entity you meet may be holding a piece of your wholeness in its hands, not to terrify you, but to remind you you were never truly broken, only scattered, and every part is waiting for your return. Are you ready to explore the hidden fragments of your own mind? If so, comment below. I will reflect to show your commitment to this powerful inner journey. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts. Let's rediscover the pieces of our consciousness together. 5. Third possibility: extraterrestrials via mind, not spaceships. The third possibility, and perhaps the most unsettling, is that these beings are not products of fantasy or hallucination, but actual extraterrestrials who travel not in spaceships, but through the corridors of consciousness. They bypass space-time entirely, communicating and appearing through the realm of the mind. This perspective shifts everything. Instead of coming from distant galaxies in metal crafts, they exist in dimensions that interface directly with human perception, revealing themselves during altered states like those triggered by DMT. They don't knock on the front door of reality. They appear inside it. Terence McKenna believed that these entities are not mere projections of the subconscious, but autonomous intelligences inhabiting a parallel realm, accessible through altered states. Carl Jung, too, left a trail of breadcrumbs that lead us here. He spoke of autonomous psychic elements within the psyche that behave as if they have their own will. In Faust, Jung analyzed the appearance of the Kibiri, the mystical alchemical children that represent hidden transformative energies. These beings, like the machine-like elves seen during DMT trips, are not just myth or metaphor. They are living forces within the psyche that seem to act independently, even communicating with the conscious mind. From a standpoint of spiritual wisdom, these encounters represent more than mystery. They signify an invitation to awaken to the multidimensional nature of reality, to step outside the narrow materialist model that limits all intelligence to biology and brain chemistry. These beings may not be separate from us. They may be higher fragments of the self, aspects of consciousness reaching from the beyond to initiate growth, healing, or revelation. In many ancient traditions, spirit guides, devas, or celestial teachers are said to reach humanity through dreams and vision. DMT may simply open that same door suddenly, vividly, and overwhelmingly. If we think of the mind as a tuning device, then most of us are locked onto a single static channel, the waking, everyday world. But psychedelics, near-death experiences, or deep meditation momentarily turn the dial, revealing new frequencies, and on those frequencies, other intelligences may reside. They don't require spacecraft because their medium is vibration, thought, energy. To the ordinary mind, this is nonsense. But to the spiritually awakened mind, this is the language of transformation. Carl Jung once said, "Enlightenment doesn't come by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." These beings may represent precisely that the mystery within us trying to reach the surface, not to frighten, but to guide. McKenna suggested that perhaps these entities aren't truly other, but parts of ourselves that we've forgotten. Their alienness isn't proof of their foreignness. It's a mirror reflecting how far we've strayed from the full spectrum of human consciousness. And this is where spiritual awakening begins, not in some cosmic arrival, but in reclaiming the inner realms we've been trained to ignore. True contact, in this framework, isn't about lights in the sky, but about light in the soul. The beings encountered through consciousness may be archetypal emissaries from the collective unconscious, or maybe even our own potential greeting us from a higher timeline. This is not science fiction. This is spiritual wisdom at its edge, calling us to explore consciousness not as an effect of the brain, but as a gateway to the cosmos. The real question is not whether aliens exist out there, but whether you're brave enough to meet the ones waiting inside. Do you believe consciousness could be the true vehicle for contact? If so, declare it in the comments. I believe in mind-traveling beings. Let's explore this mystery together. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you won't miss what's coming next. 6. Why this medium? We don't know. Why do they appear this way? Why this particular form? This surreal medium of communication that feels more like a hallucinated riddle than a coherent message. No one truly knows. Terence McKenna posed this question with a touch of playful sarcasm, wondering aloud if people expected a star catalog number, some official ID, or galactic coordinates to verify these beings. But that's the beauty of it. They can't be measured, labeled, or located on any physical map. They emerge from a space where logic fails and symbols rule, where the language is emotional, intuitive, and archetypal. That alone suggests their purpose isn't to be understood by the rational mind, but to disrupt it. Carl Jung would likely argue that what we're encountering aren't others in the extraterrestrial sense, but are autonomous fragments of the psyche archetypal forces that have become personified. In deep psychedelic states, especially under the influence of DMT, these forces gain shape, personality, and presence. They speak in riddles, gestures, and impossible geometries. They are the living expressions of parts of ourselves we've never met until the veil is ripped away. Jung referred to such inner forces as autonomous complexes, powerful inner personalities that function independently of the conscious ego. During a spiritual awakening, these forces don't whisper, they roar. And DMT tears open the psychic membrane so you can witness the parade of your soul. The medium, whether jesters, machine elves, or kaleidoscopic entities, isn't random. It's symbolic. Just like dreams are packed with coded meaning, these beings reflect inner material trying to make its way into consciousness. McKenna often described their language as a visible, three-dimensional medium, where words become objects and objects become messages. It's not language in the traditional sense. It's consciousness speaking to itself in its most primal, mythological form. And when it arrives, it bypasses the intellect and strikes straight at the soul. That is the signature of a true spiritual awakening. The real question isn't what they are. The real question is, what do they reveal about you? About the hidden architecture of your inner world. Because when you're in their presence, the boundary between self and other becomes meaningless. What you're witnessing may not be otherworldly at all. It might be ultra-worldly. It might be the sacred intelligence of your own unconscious mind finally rising to the surface. In those moments, what appears as an alien is actually the divine in disguise, confronting you with your deepest truths in a form your ego cannot control. And perhaps that's why this mysterious, strange, and often whimsical medium is necessary. It bypasses resistance. You can't argue with a glowing fractal jester who rearranges time and speaks in emotions. You just feel it. You surrender to it. That surrender, in itself, is the transformation. That is the moment the spiritual wisdom lands not as knowledge, but as direct experience. These entities are not teachers in the way we expect. They're mirrors, tricksters, initiators. Their message isn't verbal, it's existential. They don't explain the mystery, they are the mystery. To experience them is to step beyond the edge of the known, to confront something that is at once ancient and intimate, cosmic and internal. They are the threshold guardians of the psyche, the keepers of a language beyond form. And when they speak, they invite you to see that your spiritual awakening isn't about answers. It's about learning to live inside the question. If you're fascinated by the unexplainable, hit subscribe and join us as we explore mysteries that logic alone can't decode. 7. Current theory: the realm of the dead. Terence McKenna's most recent theory brings a haunting clarity to the DMT experience. It feels eerie, not because it's chaotic or bizarre, but because it might actually be the realm of the dead. The space entered under the influence of DMT isn't just a hallucination. It may be a literal ecology of souls. These entities, often perceived as intelligent, autonomous, and hyper-aware, may not be figments of the imagination, but actual souls of the deceased, existing in a parallel reality that runs alongside our own. They form a dynamic, interactive spiritual network that transcends time, space, and bodily form, a place where the consciousness of the departed continues, evolves, and perhaps even guides. Carl Jung's psychology gives this theory a deeper foundation. Jung proposed that the human psyche contains not only personal memories and experiences, but also a collective unconscious, a shared reservoir of archetypes, symbols, and ancestral knowledge. He spoke of autonomous psychic fragments, energies within the unconscious that behave as separate personalities. He studied the Kabiri, alchemical figures that appeared in visions and dreams, describing them as elemental spirits that emerged during transformative states. These psychic fragments, Jung believed, were not merely symbolic, but alive in their own way, much like the entities encountered in the DMT state. He didn't view them as random projections, but as legitimate expressions of a multidimensional psychic reality, a reality that extends beyond death. Consider how often, in ordinary life, people report feeling the presence of lost loved ones during dreams, moments of silence, or intense grief. These encounters feel conscious, as if the departed were reaching across some invisible boundary. Traditional psychology calls this closure-seeking, but through the lens of McKenna and Jung, these experiences may be glimpses into a larger, persistent realm of consciousness. DMT doesn't create these beings, it reveals them. It peels back the veil and exposes the spiritual infrastructure behind existence itself. In our modern culture, death is often reduced to finality, but indigenous traditions, ancient mystery schools, and mystical religions have long insisted that the dead do not disappear. They relocate. They evolve into something subtler. McKenna's theory reinvigorates this wisdom. He believes that the DMT realm is a kind of spiritual archive, a domain where souls live on, forming complex ecosystems that interact with human consciousness. Jung's near-death experiences and inner visions support this. He once described looking down on Earth from space, guided by spiritual intelligences that felt more real than anything on the physical plane. He knew that death was not an end. It was a symbolic transformation of the soul. This changes everything. The entities encountered during a DMT trip may not be dream characters or psychological splinters. They could be ancestral presences, archetypal forces, or disembodied humans who have crossed over but remain active in the psychic field. These experiences suggest a cosmology where life and death are not opposites, but parts of a unified continuum. The spiritual awakening here lies in realizing that consciousness isn't bound to neurons. It's a fundamental fabric of the universe, shared across the living and the dead. If we accept this theory, then what we call death may simply be migration. The ego dies, but awareness persists. The body dissolves, but the soul shifts to a new vibrational domain. Jung and McKenna both point to this truth using different languages, psychoanalysis and psychedelia, but converge on the same message. The veil is thin, and the journey continues. If this resonates with your soul, and you feel the truth within, repeat after me. I am open to the unseen realms. I receive this message with clarity and trust. I honor the wisdom of the beyond. 8. Reluctance to accept it, but it makes sense. The speaker confesses that at first, he resisted what was unfolding. It didn't align with any framework he had previously accepted. It felt too strange, too foreign, too irrational. But eventually, resistance gave way to something deeper, a recognition that what he was experiencing wasn't a product of imagination, but a revelation. It wasn't conjured by the mind. It wasn't fiction. It was something shown to him consistently, unmistakably, undeniably through direct experience. And when something is shown that clearly, again and again, a part of you begins to understand. You are no longer the one constructing meaning. You are the one being initiated into it. This surrender to what is revealed rather than invented is the very heart of spiritual wisdom. Carl Jung spoke often of these inner phenomena forces that rise up from the unconscious with lives of their own. He described them as autonomous psychic elements, symbols and figures that behave with intention, that disrupt the ego, that carry a message from something far older than the self. In Jung's vision, these aren't just mental projections. They're reflections of an inner reality as vast and layered as the outer world. McKenna's DMT entities, the beings who greeted him in that hyperspace realm, align strikingly with Jung's archetypes, mysterious, intelligent, symbolic forms that appear not to entertain, but to teach, to initiate, to reveal. The speaker realizes that the more he tries to rationalize or explain them away, the more foolish it feels. Because these encounters don't just happen once, they repeat, with consistency and precision, to people across cultures, languages, and belief systems. And that consistency is what finally broke through his denial. When a truth is echoed across countless experiences, it becomes more than anecdotal. It becomes archetypal. Jung would say, this is the voice of the collective unconscious speaking through the symbols that the psyche is ready to receive. And this is the turning point, not just in McKenna's experience, but in anyone's spiritual path. What you resist persists. The truth you deny keeps showing up. The moment you stop trying to fit it into your framework, the moment you open yourself to the mystery, that's when the deeper wisdom begins. That's when the psyche softens, the ego steps back, and a greater knowing emerges not as theory, but as spiritual reality. The speaker's journey from resistance to acceptance isn't just about altered states or mystical visions. It's about the profound human tendency to reject what we can't control. But when the soul is ready, even the most stubborn mind must bow. That's the initiation. That's the shift. That's when we stop labeling things as impossible and start listening to what they might be trying to say. In that surrender, in that openness, in that sacred silence between belief and experience, spiritual wisdom lives. Stay connected by subscribing to our channel, where we explore the truths that reveal themselves not through imagination, but through deep experience. You're not alone in this journey of awakening. Remember, sometimes the things we resist the most are the ones our soul needs to hear. 9. Shamanic perspective. These are the ancestors. Across countless indigenous traditions, what modern science calls DMT entities are not anomalies, hallucinations, or strange beings from a separate dimension. From the shamanic perspective, these entities are simply the ancestors, not spirits to fear or decode, but family. Wise, watching, woven into the very fabric of existence. Shamans do not consider contact with these beings as mystical or rare. Instead, they see it as natural, a sacred part of life, death, and the spirit's continuous journey. These encounters, often taking place during altered states through plant medicine, trance, or deep meditation, are not just experiences. They are reunions. In this ancestral worldview, the veil between the physical and the spiritual is thin. The DMT realm is not somewhere else. It is here, beneath the noise, beneath the conditioning, just beyond the conscious mind. And those who appear in this space, the luminous beings, the silent guides, the figures made of symbols and memory, are not strangers. They are echoes of your lineage, carriers of ancient codes, reminders of who you are and where you came from. They do not speak in words. They communicate through knowing. They hold a mirror to the soul. Carl Jung, in his psychological language, spoke of the collective unconscious, a realm of shared memory and inherited archetypes. Jung believed that we are not blank slates. Within us lives every story ever told, every fear ever faced, every wisdom ever passed down. He once said, "The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it." Through the lens of spiritual awakening, the DMT entity becomes not a hallucination, but a symbolic messenger from this collective space, emerging at the exact moment your soul is ready to remember. Terence McKenna described these beings as self-transforming machine elves, a term both playful and profound. To him, they were not passive. They were active participants in the mystery, inviting you to listen, to learn, to let go of logic and surrender to direct knowledge. They were alive, aware, and deeply invested in our evolution. And what is evolution if not a return to original intelligence, a circle back to what was never lost? For the awakened soul, this understanding offers both comfort and challenge. Comfort in knowing you are not alone, that your guides are not external, but inherited. And challenge in realizing that to receive their wisdom, you must silence the mind, release the ego, and trust the unseen. The ancestors don't knock. They appear when you are still enough to notice. They do not explain. They allow. And in their presence, something ancient in you begins to stir. A true spiritual awakening is not only about light and love. It is about depth, and depth requires roots. These roots do not begin with your childhood. They stretch into lifetimes, into bloodlines, into the bones of the earth itself. The entities you meet are not just part of your journey, they are your inheritance. And when you listen closely, they whisper not just truths, but instructions. They remind you that awakening isn't escape, it's remembrance. And the ones who walk with you are not gods or ghosts, they are kin. If this message has awakened something deep within you, leave a comment of faith. I honor the wisdom of my ancestors. Their presence is guiding me even now. As we continue to explore the mysterious realm of the psyche, the unconscious, and the entities encountered in altered states of consciousness, one thing becomes clear. There is still so much we don't fully understand. Whether these beings are archetypes from the collective unconscious, autonomous psychic fragments, or glimpses into parallel dimensions. The conversation between Carl Jung and Terence McKenna opens a gateway to deeper spiritual inquiry. If this video sparked curiosity or expanded your perspective, please don't forget to like, share it with others who may be seeking truth, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss an opportunity to dive deeper into the mysteries of the soul and the universe. Until next time, stay open, stay grounded, and keep seeking the truth that lies within. The behavior of people who have suffered too much in life. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we uncover the hidden truths behind the way we think, feel, and connect. In today's video, we'll explore the behaviors of people who have suffered deeply in life, not to judge, but to understand. Pain has a way of shaping how we show up in the world, often turning into silence, hyper-independence, or guarded hearts. But what if these patterns are not flaws, but survival strategies? And more importantly, what if awareness can transform them? As you watch, I encourage you to reflect. Which of these patterns have you recognized in yourself or someone you love? Comment below with your thoughts or share your own story. We'd love to hear how your journey of healing has helped shape the person you are becoming. Let's grow together. 1. Pain reshapes behavior, not character. People who seem cold or distant are not heartless. They're simply protecting themselves. Their quiet demeanor is not a lack of feeling, but the result of emotional survival. Pain doesn't erase a person's true nature, but it does change how they show up in the world. Carl Jung taught that when pain is not brought into consciousness, it hides and turns into behavior. What we often mistake as indifference is actually someone trying not to be wounded again. Their actions are not a reflection of who they are deep down, but of what they had to become to stay safe. Those who've suffered deeply rarely wear their pain on their sleeves. Instead, they build walls, not because they want to keep others out, but because they've been let down too many times. It's easier to appear emotionless than to risk vulnerability again. Spiritual wisdom reveals that these defense mechanisms, withdrawal, silence, overthinking, are not personality traits, but emotional strategies born from wounds that were never given the chance to heal. They're not difficult, they're surviving. Often, the most compassionate people are the most guarded. They felt too much, seen too much, and learned that being open can come at a cost. What looks like emotional detachment is often emotional overload. What we call strong boundaries in healing language, the world may misinterpret as coldness. But that's because most people don't know what it's like to live with invisible pain. They don't realize that some behaviors are not chosen. They are inherited from trauma, rehearsed by memory, and reinforced by life experience. A person who appears unaffected might actually be deeply moved, but unable to express it safely. Spiritual wisdom teaches us to see beyond surface behavior and listen to what silence is trying to say. That withdrawn friend may be battling anxiety every time they step into a room. That partner who struggles to open up may be reliving the fear of past betrayal. And the one who never asks for help may have grown up in an environment where needing anything was punished or ignored. When Jung spoke about the persona, he referred to it as the mask we wear to function in society. But for people who have suffered, this mask becomes more than a role. It becomes a shield. Over time, they forget where the mask ends and where their true self begins. Healing, then, is not about becoming someone new, but about removing the layers of defense and rediscovering who they were before the world taught them to hide. We must stop assuming that silence equals disconnection and that emotional restraint means someone doesn't care. Often, it's the opposite. They care so deeply that their heart has learned to tread carefully. Every quiet response, every delayed reply, every moment of hesitation is a story, a history that deserves to be honored, not judged. Spiritual wisdom reminds us to meet others not with assumptions, but with curiosity and compassion. So when you encounter someone who seems distant, consider what battles they might be quietly fighting. Don't rush them. Don't push them to perform connection in a way that makes you comfortable. Instead, hold space. Because often, Behind the armor is a soul longing to be understood, not for what they show, but for what they've survived. Have you ever hidden your true self just to avoid getting hurt again? If so, share your experience in the comments. Your story might help someone feel less alone. And if you're still learning how to lower your guard, comment, "I'm learning to trust again," so we can grow through this together. 2. Emotional defenses are survival mechanisms. What the world often calls toughness is, more truthfully, a carefully constructed suit of armor built from silent suffering. Behind the mask of emotional distance or control is not a cold heart, but a deeply wounded soul that once learned, maybe as a child or in a past relationship, that vulnerability was not safe. When love was unpredictable, when trust was broken, when emotions were punished or ignored, the psyche did what it had to do to survive. It built defenses. Withdrawal, aloofness, control, hyper-independence. These behaviors didn't start as choices. They were instincts, forged in moments when openness was met with pain. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And for many, it's not just the outside world they're guarding against. It's the fear of their own emotions, their own softness, their own unmet needs. These inner wounds, left unacknowledged, don't disappear. Instead, they hide. They shapeshift into personality traits and habits that the world misunderstands. Someone who avoids deep conversation may have once been silenced. Someone who controls every outcome may have grown up in chaos. These aren't flaws. They're survival codes. Emotional defenses are the language of the soul trying to stay safe. And yet, what once protected them begins to imprison them. The wall that kept the danger out also keeps connection out. They long for love, for belonging, but can't fully trust it. Every gesture of care is filtered through old memories. What if they leave? What if they lie? What if it hurts again? The body remembers what the mind forgets. The nervous system flinches before logic has a chance to speak. This is where spiritual awakening begins, not in denying these defenses, but in recognizing them as messages. Messages from the past are still echoing into the present. To awaken spiritually is to ask, is this armor still serving me? Or is it keeping me from what I truly want? Spiritual wisdom doesn't judge the defense. It understands it. And in that understanding, there is space for transformation. Because healing isn't about becoming a version of yourself that was never hurt. It's about honoring the one who was, and still daring to love, still daring to trust, still daring to hope. Slowly, the defenses soften. Not because the pain never existed, but because the soul finally feels safe enough to exhale. Emotional defenses are not signs of weakness. They are signs of history. And when we stop condemning ourselves for being guarded, we begin to understand that these patterns were never about being broken. They were about surviving. But survival is not the end of the story. In the light of awareness, survival turns into growth. Protection turns into presence. And the armor, which once felt necessary, begins to fall away one brave breath at a time. If this message resonates with you, comment below. My defenses once protected me, but healing begins now. Let's grow together by shedding the armor we no longer need. 3. Jung's complexes, emotional wounds that still react. Carl Jung taught that when we experience trauma, it doesn't simply pass. It embeds itself into the psyche as what he called complexes. These are not just emotional memories. They are unconscious emotional patterns that lie beneath our awareness, reacting to the present as if it were the past. They act like emotional landmines, dormant until something in the environment echoes the original wound. And once triggered, they explode in the form of overreactions, anxiety, defensiveness, or silence. Even in safe moments, people with deep emotional wounds may suddenly feel abandoned, rejected, or attacked, not because of the present, but because of what their nervous system still remembers. Someone who has suffered deeply might seem irrational when they're actually reacting to an invisible pain. A delayed message feels like being forgotten. A simple disagreement feels like betrayal. These aren't exaggerations, they are survival responses. Jung believed these complexes behave like fragmented personalities within us. They hijack the mind, take over the body, and temporarily silence reason. You might find yourself saying something sharp, withdrawing, or breaking down, and afterward wondering, why did I do that? The truth is, it wasn't just you. It was the part of you that never got to heal. Take the example of a woman who always handles things alone. She's smart, reliable, successful. But the moment her partner forgets a promise, she doesn't just get upset, she feels completely undone. That reaction doesn't come from this moment. It comes from the little girl who waited for her father to show up and watch the sun set alone. The adult is functioning, but the child is still hurting. And the trigger? It's not the person in front of her. It's the wound inside her. These emotional patterns shape how people behave in relationships, at work, and with themselves. And because they are unconscious, people often feel confused, guilty, or ashamed for being too emotional or too intense. But Carl Jung reminds us that nothing changes until it's made conscious. Naming the pattern takes away its power. Understanding the root gives you space to respond differently. The moment you notice yourself being overwhelmed, not by what is, but by what was, you've taken the first step toward healing. These inner reactions are not signs of weakness. They're signs of emotional memory encoded into your body. They are the reasons why someone avoids closeness, overreacts to silence, or expects rejection even in love. This is not about drama. It's about the psyche trying to protect itself from what once hurt too much. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you begin to see your patterns clearly, you stop calling it fate and start calling it healing. The process of becoming whole begins with seeing yourself truthfully, not as broken, but as layered, not as reactive, but as remembering. And each time you pause, notice, and choose differently, you are untangling the thread of your past from the present moment. That's not a weakness. That's what Carl Jung would call individuation, the courage to become who you really are beneath the wounds. If you're ready to break free from old emotional patterns and step into conscious healing, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's bring these hidden wounds into the light together. 4. Silence, isolation, and distrust are misunderstood. Pulling away isn't always a sign of arrogance or disinterest. It's a quiet way the soul tries to protect itself after being wounded. People who've suffered deeply don't always show their scars on the outside. Instead, they retreat into silence, not because they don't care, but because they've cared too much in the past and been left to bleed alone. Carl Jung once said that what we do not make conscious will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. That's exactly what happens when pain goes unspoken. It becomes behavior, patterns, and distance. Silence becomes a shelter, Not because people want to isolate themselves forever, but because silence doesn't judge, doesn't interrupt, and doesn't betray. It holds space for what the world so often dismisses. But that same silence, left unchecked, can grow into something heavy. It can turn into a wall that keeps both the pain in and the love out. What once protected the soul can start to suffocate it. People who have been betrayed or emotionally abandoned often develop a deep mistrust, not just toward others, but toward their own ability to judge character. They overthink every gesture of kindness, wondering if it's genuine or if it comes with a hidden price. They may appear distant or guarded, but that's not coldness, it's memory. Spiritual wisdom teaches that this kind of withdrawal is not weakness. It is a nervous system trying to regulate itself in a world that felt unsafe for too long. Isolation is another misunderstood behavior. It can look like laziness or social disconnection from the outside. But for someone who's suffered, it's a way to recharge in a world that has drained them dry. They aren't running from people, they're running from overwhelm. And yet, as comforting as solitude can be, it can also become addictive. If no one enters your space, no one can hurt you, but no one can love you either. When distrust settles in the heart, it doesn't always come from cynicism. It often grows from hope that was crushed one too many times. Each time they opened up and were dismissed, the heart learned to close a little tighter. And so now, even when love shows up with good intentions, they hesitate. They scan for inconsistencies, wait for the mask to fall, because they've seen too much and believed too fast before. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that these behaviors of silence, distance, distrust are not personality flaws. They are responses to pain. They are evidence of survival, not failure. The psyche, in its effort to avoid future wounds, builds defenses that look like personality traits. But deep beneath those traits is a soul that still longs to be seen, to be held, to be safe. To witness someone's silence is to witness their pain. To love them through it is to understand that healing doesn't always look like speaking up, reaching out, or saying yes. Sometimes healing looks like giving space, asking nothing, and simply being there. Because the loudest cries for help don't always come in words. Sometimes they come in silence. Do you recognize this kind of silence within yourself or someone you love? If so, comment below. I protect my peace, but I choose healing. Your words might speak life to someone else walking the same path. 5. The persona, hiding behind strength. Many people who appear composed and confident are not truly at peace. They're just well rehearsed. What the world sees as strength is often a carefully maintained mask, what Carl Jung referred to as the persona. It's a survival strategy, built layer by layer in response to past pain. This mask doesn't just shield vulnerability. Over time, it becomes a cage that disconnects a person from their authentic self. The more it is worn, the more it starts to feel like an identity. But deep down, the soul knows it's not real. Behind this mask is often someone who learned, through experience, that the world does not easily hold space for raw emotion or visible weakness. So instead of crying, they smiled. Instead of reaching out, they became independent. Instead of falling apart, they carried others. The strong one becomes a role so deeply ingrained that even they forget it's a performance. But when the applause fades and the room is silent, a haunting question lingers. Who am I when no one is watching? Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." That's why many people keep the mask on. It feels safer than facing what's beneath it. But there comes a moment in every soul's journey when the persona starts to crack, not from weakness, but from the quiet power of truth. That crack marks the beginning of spiritual awakening. It's the moment when the soul starts whispering, not for perfection, but for presence. And presence requires honesty. True spiritual awakening is not a dramatic explosion. It often starts in silence. It begins in those moments when pretending becomes too exhausting, when the smiles feel hollow, and the strong exterior can no longer contain the storm inside. This awakening looks like sitting with grief you once buried. It sounds like saying, "I'm not okay," and meaning it. It feels like softening after years of being hard. You begin to touch the parts of yourself you had long abandoned just to survive. The persona is armor, but healing is surrender. And it takes immense courage to lay down the mask and say, "I want to be real now." That decision doesn't mean you stop being strong. It means you finally define strength on your own terms. You stop confusing silence with peace. You stop confusing detachment with healing. You stop confusing being needed with being loved. You begin to reclaim the parts of you that were silenced in the name of resilience. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that the path to wholeness is not found in becoming more impressive, but more honest. When you meet yourself beyond the performance, you unlock a deeper kind of power, not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that radiates quiet truth. And in that truth, you are no longer a mask. You are a mirror for others, showing them what it looks like to come home to themselves. If this message spoke to something hidden deep within you, leave a like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss content that helps you heal and grow. In the comments, write, "I am ready to live as my true self." 6. Empathy that exhausts. Wounded healers. People who have suffered deeply often carry within them a heightened sensitivity to the emotions of others. They feel things others cannot see, and their hearts are tuned like instruments to the silent music of pain. This deep empathy can be a beautiful gift, but when it is driven by past wounds, it can quietly turn into self-erasure. Carl Jung spoke of projection as one of the ways we unconsciously cope with what we haven't healed. In this case, empathy becomes a projection of one's own suppressed pain, disguised as compassion for others. These wounded healers take on the role of caretaker not because they are whole, but because they know what it means to be broken. And sometimes, helping others feels like the only way to keep their own pieces together. In the beginning, this emotional availability feels noble. They are always the ones checking in, offering support, staying late, holding space. They listen without judgment, offer without needing anything in return, and are often called the strongest in the room. But over time, the line between service and sacrifice begins to blur. They stop asking for help. They suppress their own needs. They become so used to giving that receiving starts to feel foreign, even wrong. Carl Jung reminded us that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Yet these individuals often find it easier to carry the burdens of others than to look inward and confront their own. This is not a weakness, it's survival. Many of them grew up in chaotic homes or emotionally neglectful environments where tuning into others was the only way to feel safe. Empathy became a survival tool, not just a virtue. But now, as adults, that same pattern silently drains them. They overfunction in relationships, They take on more than they should. They feel responsible for everyone's emotional state. And eventually, they begin to feel invisible, even to themselves. It's not that they don't want love. It's that they've spent so long proving their worth through caretaking that they've forgotten they're worthy simply by being. Think of someone like Mia, who seems to have it all together. She's dependable, generous, and always shows up for others. But when she's alone, she's exhausted, emotionally flat, and unsure of who she is outside of service. Her story isn't rare. It reflects a collective wound, especially among those who've experienced early trauma. They give endlessly, but inside, they feel depleted. Their empathy has become a coping mechanism rather than a conscious choice. And slowly, their identity becomes tied to how much they can endure for the sake of others. Healing, then, requires a radical act, turning that same compassion inward. True spiritual wisdom doesn't ask you to abandon others. It invites you to include yourself in the circle of care. You are not a machine built to serve. You are a soul that needs tending, rest, nourishment, and love. When your empathy is grounded in wholeness rather than brokenness, it becomes a light, not a leash. As Carl Jung taught, transformation is not about escaping the pain, but about becoming conscious of it, integrating it, and allowing it to deepen, not distort your connection with others. If this message speaks to your soul, say it out loud with faith. I am learning to care for myself while supporting others. My healing matters too. And if you feel aligned, like this video, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss powerful messages like this one. 7. Love feels risky for the wounded. Even when someone deeply desires love, their past wounds can make it feel like stepping into danger rather than comfort. The longing is real, but so is the fear. These people often hold back not because they don't care, but because their nervous system has been trained to associate closeness with pain. When love has previously led to betrayal or loss, the heart learns to protect itself. This protection becomes a pattern. They may keep their distance, remain emotionally unavailable, or appear indifferent, even when love is all they crave. This behavior isn't a choice, it's a survival response. The subconscious mind, shaped by trauma, often confuses the present with the past. Even in a healthy relationship, their inner world may respond with panic or withdrawal, as if the old wound is being reopened. Carl Jung called this the work of complexes, deep emotional patterns rooted in early wounds that continue to govern our lives until they are brought into the light. And so, what looks like emotional distance is actually fear dressed as control. The spiritual wisdom here lies in the awareness that love cannot truly bloom until we separate current reality from the echoes of past pain. When someone begins to notice their own patterns, when they pause to ask, "Am I reacting to this person or to someone from years ago?" That's the moment healing begins. This is the core of spiritual awakening. When the unconscious becomes conscious and the old story loses its grip. Healing doesn't mean forgetting the pain. It means choosing not to live from it anymore. Still, this process is rarely smooth. Trust isn't rebuilt overnight. There will be overreactions, walls, and maybe even self-sabotage. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that true love doesn't demand perfection. It demands presence. The kind of presence that says, "I see your wounds, and I will not abandon you for having them." The kind of presence that doesn't take fear personally, but instead offers gentle reassurance. Love, when rooted in understanding, becomes the medicine the soul has always longed for, Many people who seem distant or cold are not rejecting love. They are simply unsure whether love is safe. They are trying to protect what was once shattered. And the most courageous thing they can do is to try again, to risk being known, even after being broken. Every step they take toward intimacy is a triumph of the human spirit. It's the deepest kind of strength. Love feels risky for the wounded because their past has taught them that love isn't safe. But when met with spiritual wisdom, patience, and compassion, the walls they've built don't have to become prisons. They can become bridges back to connection, back to truth, back to a love that doesn't hurt but heals. If this message speaks to the part of you that still hopes for love despite the pain, leave a comment of faith. I am open to love. I trust that healing is possible, and love will find me when I'm ready. 8. Overthinking is a defense against feeling. Overthinking is not just a habit, it's a shield. When someone has suffered too deeply, the mind steps in as a guard, building walls out of thoughts and logic to keep the heart from feeling too much. It might look like intelligence or caution, but often it's protection. The mind becomes a fortress where pain is analyzed, dissected, explained, but never truly felt. Carl Jung taught us that insight alone does not heal. True transformation begins only when we feel our pain, not just understand it. Many people who overthink are not trying to be difficult or dramatic. They are trying to survive. They learned early in life that emotions were too overwhelming, too unsafe, or simply unwelcome. So they climbed into the safety of their minds. Every scenario is mentally rehearsed. Every decision is triple-checked. Every word spoken is replayed again and again, not because they're unsure, but because they've been hurt. And the mind became their safest place. But here's the paradox. Overthinking keeps you busy on the surface while keeping you far from the truth. You can't think your way through grief. You can't solve heartbreak like a puzzle. You can't plan your way out of emotional wounds. Healing begins the moment you allow yourself to feel what you've been avoiding. That is the moment when the mind must loosen its grip and allow the heart to breathe. Spiritual awakening is not just about consciousness, it's about courage. The courage to sit with what hurts without rushing to fix it. So many overthinkers are deeply intuitive, emotionally intelligent people who carry hidden scars. Their nervous systems remain on high alert, their bodies bracing for the next emotional storm. But in healing, what's needed is not more mental effort, it's softness, stillness, presence, the ability to stay with what arises, without judgment or escape. When you overanalyze, you delay the arrival of peace. But when you breathe into your discomfort, a new kind of wisdom emerges not from the mind, but from the soul. Jung believed that what we resist persists, and nowhere is this more true than in the realm of emotion. Unfelt pain doesn't disappear. It simply becomes behavior avoidance, anxiety, withdrawal, perfectionism. But the beauty of spiritual awakening is that it offers another path. You begin to see your patterns with compassion. You stop blaming yourself for coping the only way you knew how. And slowly, the walls begin to fall, not all at once, but piece by piece, with every brave decision to feel instead of flee. Overthinking may have been necessary once, but now it may be what's holding you back. Your healing doesn't live in another thought. It lives in a feeling you haven't fully allowed yet. Let yourself feel not to suffer, but to release. That is the gateway to peace. That is where the mind surrenders and the soul begins to speak. And when it does, you'll find that what you were protecting all along wasn't pain. It was your own light, waiting to be seen. If you're still with us, drop a comment below. I'm learning to feel, not just think. Your words help us grow and reach more hearts on this journey of healing. 9. Healing means seeing behavior through compassion. People aren't difficult, they're surviving. That's what Carl Jung wanted us to understand. Behind every defensive reaction, every withdrawn silence, and every cold behavior is a nervous system trying to stay safe. Life teaches people how to protect themselves, often in ways that look like distance or indifference. But these aren't character flaws. They are survival strategies rooted in pain. Jung believed that suffering, when made conscious, becomes the very soil in which transformation takes root. But when that suffering stays hidden in the unconscious, it becomes behavior misunderstood by others and even by ourselves. Compassion, then, is not weakness. It's a lens. It lets you see through the hardened mask someone wears and glimpse the original wound beneath it. That wound might be childhood neglect, betrayal, abandonment, or shame. But whatever it is, it shaped how they respond to the world. You begin to understand that when someone overreacts, withdraws, or lashes out, they're not trying to hurt you. They're trying not to be hurt again. And this changes everything. You no longer feel attacked. Instead, you feel invited to respond with insight. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That means the people around you, your partner, your parent, your friend, may be acting from pain they don't even know exists. It's not that they want to be cold or reactive. It's that their nervous system remembers things they've never put into words. Trauma doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers in avoidance, sarcasm, perfectionism, or control. And if you don't understand this, you'll take it personally. But when you do understand it, you soften. You stop asking, "Why are they like this?" and start asking, "What hurt them into becoming this way?" That shift from judgment to curiosity is a spiritual awakening. It doesn't mean you tolerate harm or abandon your boundaries. It means you see clearly. You protect your peace, but you also see the humanity in others. You learn that everyone is carrying an invisible load, and for some, it's heavier than it looks. The truth is, emotional survival builds armor. But that armor wasn't chosen. It was inherited from moments of helplessness. And it doesn't fall away with logic. It falls away when someone finally feels safe enough to put it down. Maybe your compassion is that safe place. Or maybe your understanding is the light that helps someone recognize they're not alone. Either way, the more you bring awareness to behavior, the more healing becomes possible for both of you. Jung believed that suffering becomes sacred when it teaches you to see. So the next time someone pushes you away, remember, it might not be rejection. It might be fear. And the moment you respond with compassion instead of criticism, you've already begun the work of transformation. That is spiritual wisdom in action. That is what it means to love beyond the mask. To affirm your commitment to healing with compassion, comment below, "I choose to see with understanding." Your words may be the light someone else needs to begin their own journey of transformation. So the next time you meet someone who seems distant, guarded, or hard to reach, remember, it might not be who they are, but what they've been through. As Carl Jung taught us, the unconscious pain we carry often becomes the silent author of our behavior. Healing begins when we choose to see with compassion rather than judgment. If this message touched you, please take a moment to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a video that could bring more clarity, healing, and light to your journey. Until next time, stay kind and stay awakened. How to never get angry or bothered by anyone. He who angers you conquers you. Elizabeth Kenny. Have you ever wondered how much energy we waste reacting to people who don't deserve our attention? In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we're diving deep into Carl Jung's powerful insights on how to reclaim your peace and master your emotions no matter who tries to disturb your calm. These aren't just lofty ideas. They're practical tools that can help you stay centered, unshaken, and free. What if you could move through life untouched by drama, grounded in your inner strength? Let us know in the comments. What's one trigger you're ready to let go of today? Hit like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs a little more peace in their life. 1. Anger is a message, not a problem. Anger is not a flaw. It is not a failure. It is a message raw, loud, and honest. It comes from the rejected corners of your being, from the shadow you've been taught to hide. The very thing you were told makes you unlovable. Your needs, your boundaries, your voice is now rising up to be heard. Anger is not trying to ruin your peace. It's trying to teach you where it was never safe to feel. When you get triggered, when your heart pounds and your jaw tightens, it's not about the person or the comment. It's about what was never healed, what was never seen. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." This is not about blame. This is about revelation. Your anger reveals what still aches inside you. Every spike of emotion is an invitation. It says, "Look here. Look at what still needs compassion. Look at the little version of you that didn't get to speak. Look at the boundary you keep letting others cross." When you treat anger as a sacred signal instead of a shameful flaw, you start healing from within. You stop reacting blindly and start responding with intention. That's the difference between suppression and transformation. That's the heart of spiritual wisdom. True spiritual awakening isn't about becoming endlessly calm. It's about becoming endlessly aware. It's the ability to pause before you project, to listen before you lash out, to hold your pain without letting it spill onto others. Anger doesn't destroy relationships. Unconscious anger does. When you carry years of silence, when you bury your truth, it eventually explodes. But when you acknowledge your fire with tenderness, it burns clean. It becomes clarity. It becomes the truth. It becomes the force that builds boundaries, not barriers. Most people don't want to sit with their anger. They want to escape it, suppress it, pray it away. But the escape becomes another cage. You cannot bypass what your soul has assigned as your next lesson. And in this season, anger may be that lesson. Emotional maturity is not about never being triggered. It's about recognizing the trigger, owning your reaction, and asking, what is this trying to teach me? What unmet need is crying out through this emotion? When you start seeing anger as a compass, not a curse, everything shifts. You become less reactive and more reflective. You stop giving your power to external chaos and start reclaiming it through inner clarity. In that space, you're not controlled by anyone. No one's words, looks, or silence can hijack your peace. You have your emotional sovereignty back. There is nothing more powerful than a person who is no longer afraid of their own fire. A person who doesn't run from their rage, but understands it. Who doesn't justify it, but listens. Who doesn't weaponize it, but transforms it. That is the mark of someone who is awakening. That is the path of spiritual depth. Not avoidance, not perfection, but presence. The courage to feel without being consumed. The wisdom to pause, reflect, and alchemize pain into self-respect. Anger is a doorway. And if you're willing to walk through it, not slam it shut, you'll find a part of yourself you've been waiting your whole life to meet. Have you ever listened to what your anger was really trying to say? If so, share your insights in the comments. Your story might help someone else heal. If not, comment, "I'm ready to listen," so we can begin this journey of self-awareness together. 2. You're not triggered by them. You're triggered by what's unhealed in you. When someone offends you, it's easy to believe that they are the problem. Their words, their attitude, their energy. But the truth, as Carl Jung taught, is far more revealing. You're not triggered by them. You're triggered by what's unhealed in you. What stirs your anger or discomfort is rarely about the person in front of you. It's about the unresolved pain, the buried beliefs, the emotional wounds you haven't yet faced. Their comment or behavior is just a match. The fire was already inside. This is spiritual wisdom in its rawest form. Because once you understand that your reactions are reflections of your inner state, everything changes. You stop trying to change the world to feel safe, and you start turning inward. That tightening in your chest, the spiral of thoughts, the heat behind your eyes. It's not just about what happened in the moment. It's about the version of you that never got to speak. The moment you were dismissed as a child, the time you were hurt and told to get over it. When you're emotionally hijacked, you're not really in the present. You're reliving the past, and it's begging to be seen. Most people want control. They want to feel calm, composed, unshaken by the world. So they chase strategies, deep breaths, boundaries, mantras, fake calm. But underneath all of it, the storm still swirls. Because control without awareness is just a temporary escape. Real freedom comes from integration. You don't need to silence the trigger. You need to listen to it. That discomfort is intelligence. That reaction is a messenger. It points to where your love hasn't yet reached. This doesn't mean you tolerate poor treatment or justify others' behavior. It means you take responsibility for your emotional world. It means you begin to ask different questions, not, "Why are they like this?" but "Why does this hurt me so much?" That shift is where power lives. That is where transformation begins. Instead of being pulled into someone else's chaos, you observe it and realize, this isn't mine to carry. That clarity doesn't come from intellectual understanding. It comes from doing the inner work, from facing what you were taught to avoid. Spiritual wisdom teaches that every trigger is sacred. It's an invitation to heal, not to blame. Every person who frustrates you is showing you something about yourself, your expectations, your wounds, your values, your boundaries. They are mirrors, not enemies. Their presence reveals where you are still reactive, still raw, still seeking wholeness through outside validation. But the moment you stop expecting the world to protect your wounds and instead begin to tend to them yourself, you become untouchable. not cold or detached, but centered, aware, and grounded in truth. To never be bothered again is not about building emotional armor. It's about building emotional clarity. You become less reactive, not because you've numbed yourself, but because you've finally seen yourself. You understand what lies beneath your anger, what your sadness is trying to say, and what your silence is begging you to hear. And when you do that, when you meet your emotions with compassion instead of resistance, no one holds power over you. Do you recognize that the trigger isn't about them, but about your own healing? If this truth resonates with you, declare it in the comments. I choose to heal what's within me. 3. The shadow holds the key to emotional freedom. Your shadow isn't your enemy. It's the gatekeeper to your emotional freedom. Carl Jung taught that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to a deeper understanding of ourselves. The things that trigger you, whether it's someone's loud voice, their emotional intensity, or their bold vulnerability, are often reflections of the very parts of yourself you were taught to suppress. You weren't born detached, guarded, or composed. You were trained to be that way. Somewhere along the line, being sensitive became a weakness. Being needy was seen as shameful. Expressing too much joy, anger, or desire was labeled too much. So you buried it. But what's buried doesn't die. It waits. It becomes part of your shadow. And when someone shows up in your life, embodying the exact traits you've disowned, something inside you tightens. That tightening is the call. The anger isn't about them. It's about you, meeting the abandoned self. That's why integration, not avoidance, is the path to wholeness. You don't heal by deleting people who trigger you. You heal by asking, what in me is rising to be seen? A woman raised to be the strong one, always composed, may find herself irrationally annoyed by someone who cries openly. But her annoyance is actually her shadow saying, I once cried like that. I was shamed for it. I miss that part of me. Or a man who prides himself on being logical might judge someone deeply intuitive, but the judgment is a mirror showing him the part of his soul that once believed in feeling, but was taught to fear it. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming whole. And wholeness means reclaiming every part of you, even the messy, dramatic, impulsive, insecure fragments you've hidden. Triggers are sacred. They lead you to your unhealed places. Emotional freedom is not about being unbothered. It's about being deeply aware. When someone shakes your peace, they are not stealing your power. They are revealing where it was never stable to begin with. This is the invitation to stop reacting and start reflecting. Every emotional reaction is a doorway. The ones who trigger you are not villains. They are messengers. They mirror your inner work. They call you home to the self you lost while trying to be accepted. To be spiritually awake is not to float above pain, but to stand in it, breathe into it, and ask what it came to teach you. That's the shadow's gift. That's Carl Jung's timeless lesson. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on turning emotional triggers into keys to your inner freedom. 4. Triggers are mirrors and teachers. The people who upset you the most are not random villains in your story. They are precise, intentional mirrors reflecting the unresolved parts of your inner world. That sting you feel when someone mocks you, ignores you, or challenges you. It isn't just about their behavior. It's a signal. a spotlight on the wound you've buried. Instead of asking, "Why are they like this?" which only traps you in blame, ask, "What is this revealing about me?" That question is the beginning of real emotional freedom. Carl Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That's not just a quote, it's a map. When someone disrespects you and it infuriates you, maybe it's because deep down you've struggled with self-worth. When you feel rejected and your heart tightens, maybe it's echoing an old story where you weren't chosen. The emotion isn't the enemy, it's the invitation. It's not about controlling others, it's about integrating the parts of you that still hurt. If someone says something untrue about you and it rolls off your back, it's because there's no hook inside you for that comment to cling to. But if their words cut you deep, it means there's something inside you still uncertain, still afraid it might be true. That's where the mirror becomes a teacher. That's where spiritual awakening begins, not in the silence of meditation, but in the heat of everyday emotion. When you react without reflection, you give away your power. You become a puppet to someone else's words, moods, and projections. But when you pause, when you breathe, when you ask, "What is this showing me?" you take your power back. You move from emotional slavery to emotional mastery. That's the essence of spiritual wisdom. Not to avoid emotion, but to understand it, to decode it, to alchemize it. This isn't easy work. Blame is easy. Defense is easy. But healing requires awareness. It asks you to get honest about the stories you're still carrying, the roles you're still playing, and the identities you're still clinging to for safety. And it demands you rewrite them, not to please others, but to set yourself free. Your triggers are not flaws. They are sacred clues. They point you to the places in yourself still waiting to be loved, seen, and heard. Every irritation, every judgment, every emotional spiral is a message from your soul. Not to harden you, but to soften you into truth. Because when you stop asking others to change and start doing the inner work, the world outside you begins to shift. You become less reactive, more grounded. You stop being hijacked by external chaos. You stop needing everyone to like you or agree with you. That is true liberation, not being untouched by life, but being unshaken by it. That is the spiritual awakening your soul has been craving. And it begins not with them, but with you. If this message resonated with you, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another moment of self-discovery. Type in the comments, "I am ready to learn from every trigger and grow through it." 5. Emotional mastery is about integration, not suppression. Emotional mastery isn't about being unaffected. It's about being fully aware, about feeling every wave of emotion without letting it dictate who you become. You don't reach peace by ignoring your feelings or pretending they don't exist. You arrive at peace by understanding them so deeply that they no longer control you. Integration doesn't mean staying calm at all costs. It means letting every emotion rise and fall inside you while remaining anchored in your own center. That's not a weakness. That's wisdom. And it's the kind of spiritual wisdom that transforms your entire relationship with the world. When someone says something sharp, it's not their words alone that hurt. It's the memory, the wound, the story it reactivates within you. Your chest tightens, your breath shortens, your thoughts spiral. And in that moment, you have a choice. You can lash out, shut down, or distract yourself. Or you can pause and ask, what is this emotion trying to show me about myself? Carl Jung taught that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. That's the invitation to stop running from your triggers and start listening to them. They're not curses, they're clues. Suppressing emotion is like holding a beach ball underwater. The more pressure you apply, the more forcefully it will erupt. But when you practice integration, you let the emotion surface, breathe, and pass. You don't identify with it. You observe it. You learn from it. You hold space for it without letting it take over. That's emotional sovereignty, not being immune to pain, but becoming so intimate with it that it can no longer blindside you. A woman once believed her strength came from being the calm one. She never cried in front of others, never got angry, always smiled. But inside, she carried years of unspoken grief and resentment. One day, after a simple conversation triggered her deeply, she didn't suppress it. She didn't perform calm. She sat with her rage shaking, crying, breathing through it, and listened to what it was saying. It wasn't asking her to destroy anything. It was asking her to finally be honest. That moment didn't make her less peaceful. It made her real. From then on, her calm came from truth, not performance. True integration is when you stop splitting your emotions into good or bad, right or wrong. You recognize them all as parts of you messengers, not enemies. And in doing so, you stop being reactive and start being reflective. You're no longer tossed around by other people's energy because you've learned to anchor into your own. Your inner state becomes yours again, not something anyone else can steal. That's how you rise, not above your emotions, but through them. Not by pretending, but by integrating. And when you live this way, spiritual wisdom stops being a concept. It becomes the way you move through life, steady, present, and deeply free. If this message speaks to your soul, repeat after me. I honor every emotion, and I choose integration over suppression. I am mastering my inner world with grace. 6. Self-worth comes from within, not others. You stop being reactive the moment you stop outsourcing your identity. As long as your sense of self-worth is built on the approval, validation, or recognition of others, you remain vulnerable to every shift in their mood, tone, or opinion. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that journey begins when you no longer hand your power to others. Their words, their judgments, their silence, none of it should determine your value. When your self-worth is externally dependent, every interaction becomes a test. A raised eyebrow feels like rejection. A missed compliment feels like failure. But once you start drawing your identity from within, the game changes. You no longer live to be seen. You live to be aligned. You speak not to impress, but to express. Their approval becomes a bonus, not a requirement. And in that shift, you gain something priceless: inner freedom. Mia, a talented designer, used to live for validation. Her boss's comments shaped her mood, her confidence, her sleep. Every piece of feedback echoed louder than her own voice. But after immersing herself in healing work and Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, she realized something profound about her boss wasn't the problem. Her dependency on external validation was. She stopped needing to be affirmed to feel worthy. She started creating from a place of self-trust. and in doing so, she reclaimed her peace. That's the power of individuation. According to Jung, it's the process of separating your authentic self from the false identities you've worn to survive identities like the people pleaser, the overachiever, or the one who's always agreeable. These masks may win praise, but they cost you your soul. When you release them, you don't become less connected, you become more whole. You don't lose compassion, you gain boundaries. Emotional sovereignty doesn't mean you don't care. It means you care without collapsing. It means you hear someone's opinion without absorbing it into your self-definition. You can love people without needing their permission to feel whole. You can accept feedback without shrinking. And you can walk away from misunderstanding without needing to explain your worth. Carl Jung also reminded us that everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. So when someone's words sting, ask yourself, what part of me still believes them? What story inside me do they confirm? Often, their voice is just an echo of a wound that hasn't been seen yet. And healing doesn't always mean fixing it, means integrating. You carry the pain, yes, but now, with wisdom. You see your triggers not as flaws, but as invitations. The moment you stop needing others to tell you who you are, their opinions lose weight. Your energy stops leaking. Your peace becomes steady. You become a mirror of strength, not because you force it, but because you remember it. When your identity is rooted within, you don't need to defend it. You embody it. And that is spiritual wisdom in motion. Comment below. My worth comes from within. If you're ready to stop seeking validation and start standing fully in your power. 7. True power is psychological sovereignty. Carl Jung called it individuation, the sacred path of becoming whole by owning every fragment of your inner world. You don't reach power by numbing your heart or silencing your soul. You arrive at true strength when the places that once bled have been tended to with such honesty and presence that they no longer cry out. You don't flinch when someone disapproves because you've already accepted the parts of you they're pointing at. You don't chase people who leave because you no longer abandon yourself. You don't over-explain because you've made peace with being misunderstood. This is not arrogance. This is what it feels like to be internally free. This freedom doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means you're no longer ruled by everything. Anger, sadness, and pain still come and go, but they don't possess you. You don't react automatically. You don't spiral. Instead, you witness. You allow the emotion to rise and pass like a wave that no longer knocks you over, because the ocean within you is no longer chaotic. This is not cold detachment. It is warm awareness. It is spiritual wisdom in motion, the kind that says, I trust myself enough to feel everything without collapsing into anything. You become untouchable, not because you hide, but because you've healed. The judgment of others can no longer define you, because you've already looked your shadows in the eye and stayed. When someone criticizes, you pause not to internalize their words, but to ask, does this resonate with the truth I know in me? And if it doesn't, you release it. You don't carry every dart that's thrown your way. You've built inner walls made of clarity, not fear. You've stopped needing to convince anyone of your worth, because your being alone is the evidence. This kind of power cannot be faked. You can't pretend your way into sovereignty. No meditation trick, No affirmation repeated 1,000 times can replace the deep work of integration. Real peace is earned. It comes from sitting with discomfort until it no longer threatens you. It comes from witnessing your jealousy, your rage, your insecurity, not to judge or banish them, but to understand what they protect. And in that understanding, their grip loosens. That's when you realize it was never about silencing your emotions. It was about learning their language. You don't need to become harder to protect your heart. You need to become softer with yourself. Gentleness is not weakness when it's rooted in self-respect. Silence is not avoidance when it's chosen with discernment. Boundaries are not walls when they're drawn from love, not fear. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that we don't ascend by escaping life. We rise by descending into our own depths and learning how to hold ourselves through it. And so, the people who once triggered you become mirrors, not threats. Their judgments become reflections, not verdicts. Their leaving becomes redirection, not rejection. You no longer fear losing them because you've stopped losing yourself. This is what it means to live whole, not perfect, not unaffected, but rooted, clear, and profoundly free. If this message has stirred something deep within you, leave a comment of truth. I reclaim my power. I am whole, rooted, and free. Thank you for joining us on this journey of inner mastery and self-awareness. Remember, true strength isn't found in reacting to every challenge, but in remaining calm, centered, and untouched by the chaos around you. As Carl Jung taught, when we understand our own shadows and rise above the ego, we free ourselves from the need to be disturbed by others. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that support your path to peace, power, and spiritual growth. Until next time, stay grounded and stay wise. Carl Jung, 7 signs your spiritual awakening is over. It's time to use your powers. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where transformation begins from within. In today's video, we're diving deep into Carl Jung's profound insight and exploring 7 powerful signs that your spiritual awakening has ended and your true mission has begun. This is not just about awareness anymore. It's about activation. You've already opened your eyes to the deeper truths. Now it's time to use your spiritual gifts, walk in your purpose, and become the force of light you were meant to be. As you listen, ask yourself, are you living as the awakened soul you've become? Share your experience in the comments where you are on your journey. Let's inspire and learn from each other. Be sure to like, subscribe, and let's begin this next chapter of your spiritual evolution together. 1. You no longer feel separate from the universe. You no longer feel like a visitor in this universe. You remember that you are the universe, aware of itself. The illusion of being separate from life fades like a dream at dawn. Suddenly, everything feels connected. The breath in your lungs, the rhythm of your heart, the movement of the stars. You don't just believe in oneness, you live it. The old struggle to control and resist disappears, replaced by a deep inner trust, a quiet surrender. You no longer chase peace because you are peace. You don't fight the flow of life, you are the flow. The universe doesn't speak to you in riddles anymore. It speaks through you, as you. As Carl Jung once said, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. And when you've truly awakened, you no longer feel like a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a single drop. The false sense of identity that once revolved around ego, status, and stories begins to dissolve. You no longer define yourself by your wounds, your accomplishments, or your roles. There's a stillness in you now, one that doesn't depend on what others think or say. You don't need to prove your worth because you've realized your existence is the proof. You start seeing everyone not as enemies or strangers, but as mirrors, reflections of the same source you come from. Even your pain becomes sacred because you understand it was the fire that melted the illusion. This shift doesn't make you passive. It awakens a different kind of power. Not the loud, forceful kind, but the grounded, magnetic kind. You can walk into chaos and remain calm. You can lose something and still feel whole. You stop asking the universe to give you signs, you become the sign. You're no longer waiting for a purpose, you realize you are the purpose. There's no longer a need to seek or chase. The seeker has vanished, and in its place stands someone who remembers. This is the moment Carl Jung described when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." But now, you don't move through life blindly. You move with awareness, intention, and grace. You begin to love differently too. Your love is no longer transactional or filled with expectations. It flows from a place of fullness, not lack. You love without clinging, give without needing, and speak without fearing how you'll be received. You live not to impress others, but to express the truth. And in that truth, you find freedom. You no longer need the world to tell you who you are. You've touched something eternal inside yourself. And once that happens, there's no going back. You realize that your presence alone shifts rooms, heals wounds, and awakens others, not because you're trying to, but because you're aligned. The line between you and life disappears. You are no longer in the universe. You are the universe, alive in human form. Have you ever felt one with the universe, as if you're not just living in it, but you are it? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can feel that connection too. If not, comment, "I'm ready." And let's walk this path of unity and divine peace together. 2. Your intuition guides you without doubt. You fully trust your inner knowing now, and that changes everything. You don't need to explain it, prove it, or run it by someone else to make sure you're right. You just know. You no longer depend solely on logic, and you've stopped chasing external validation. Instead, you move with quiet certainty. Your spiritual intuition has sharpened to the point where it leads you with ease, not confusion. Decisions feel aligned before they make sense. You can sense energy, motives, and timing without needing evidence. And you've learned that this soul-based guidance is more reliable than anything the outside world can offer. The internal battle is over. You don't wrestle with doubt the way you used to. Your actions are no longer delayed by analysis, hesitation, or fear of judgment. You simply feel the truth and follow it. That is the mark of someone whose spiritual awakening is no longer a process, but a state of being. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." You've awakened. You don't live by reaction anymore, you live by alignment. When your soul speaks, you listen. And when it tells you to move, you move. You don't over-explain. You don't justify. You don't shrink. You act from a place of knowing that can't be taught, only remembered. You've stopped doubting your own energy, your own senses, your own path. When something feels wrong, you honor it, even if there's no clear reason. When something feels right, you follow it, even if no one else sees it. Your intuition has become your most trusted voice because it's the only voice that knows your path was never meant to be logical, it was meant to be true. This is the kind of spiritual power that doesn't seek attention but commands respect. You walk differently. You speak with less, but every word carries weight. You let your presence do the work because you no longer need to convince anyone of your direction. You're done waiting for confirmation. You are the confirmation. Your life flows more naturally now because you are no longer fighting against your own current. Everything you need comes easier, not because life is suddenly without struggle, but because your energy is no longer split. You're not searching, you're following. You're not hoping, you're trusting. And that trust is what transforms your spiritual wisdom into spiritual embodiment. This moment isn't about gaining new tools. It's about finally using the ones you already have. The lesson is simple but powerful. Your intuition is your soul speaking clearly. And when you stop ignoring it, you stop betraying yourself. Let it guide you, not occasionally, but always. Let it lead you through the noise, through the confusion, through the pressure to explain yourself. You are not here to be understood. You are here to understand yourself so deeply that nothing external can shake you. That's what happens when your spiritual awakening is over. You don't become louder. You become clearer. Comment below. I trust my inner guidance. If you're ready to follow your intuition without hesitation and let your soul lead the way. 3. Material desires no longer control you. You are no longer ruled by money, status, or the endless chase for recognition, because something in you has awakened something deeper than ambition. You've outgrown the hunger for validation and the illusion that power or wealth can define your worth. True wealth now means something entirely different. It is the peace that comes from knowing who you are, the purpose that fuels your every action, and the alignment of your soul with something greater than yourself. You no longer chase things out of emptiness because you've realized that fulfillment was never outside of you. It was always within. The world hasn't changed, but your lens has. You don't deny abundance. You just don't worship it. You don't reject success. You simply no longer let it define your identity. What drives you now is not greed, but growth. Not image, but essence. Not applause, but alignment. You've shifted from grasping to receiving, from controlling to allowing, and this shift is where your power begins. The man you've become knows that money is a tool, not a measure of value. He sees through the noise of social status and recognizes that character, integrity, and spiritual presence matter far more. Where once you measured your worth by comparison, you now measure it by connection to your values, your truth, your soul. And in this quiet confidence, abundance begins to flow toward you, not because you're forcing it, but because your energy is clean, your intentions are pure, and your presence is magnetic. You no longer seek to prove yourself because you already know your worth. You don't hustle to be seen because you are rooted in being. You don't need constant reassurance because you are led by inner certainty, not external noise. And this is the paradox of power. When your soul is in command, everything you once chased begins to come to you. There is a calm determination in the way you move now, a clarity in your focus, a discipline in your desires. Your energy no longer scatters toward temporary highs. It gathers around what is real, lasting, and true. The people around you sense it. They see that you are no longer a man in pursuit. You are a man in possession of himself. And that presence, that stillness, that depth creates ripple effects. The universe responds when a soul becomes unshakable. Opportunities arrive, not because you're desperate, but because you're prepared. People trust you, not because you're loud, but because you're anchored. You walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere not by trying, but by being. Your life becomes a mirror of the internal harmony you've cultivated. You've stopped living from the surface and started living from the soul. And as you continue to walk this path, you will notice something even greater your desires will purify. The need for more will be replaced by the desire to serve. The thirst for validation will be replaced by the joy of contribution. You will stop asking, "What can I get?" and begin asking, "What can I give?" Because when your soul takes the lead, your entire life becomes an offering, an expression of something eternal. And in this sacred space, material desires become tools, not chains, symbols, not shackles. You are free, not because you have nothing, but because nothing has you. Stay connected with our community of spiritual growth by subscribing to our channel. Here, we share powerful reminders that true abundance begins within beyond money, titles, or material gain. Remember, you are already whole, guided by purpose, and aligned with a higher calling. Let peace be your wealth. 4. You've embraced solitude and found peace. Silence no longer feels like absence. It feels like presence. You've stopped trying to escape yourself because your own energy has become enough. The stillness that once made you restless now feels like home, like sacred ground where your soul breathes freely. You no longer reach for noise or distraction to fill the void, because the void is no longer empty. It's alive with meaning, with memory, with presence. This isn't isolation, it's revelation. You've uncovered the truth that Carl Jung spoke of when he said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And now, because you can communicate with your soul, you are no longer lonely. In this silence, you've built a relationship with yourself so intimate, so unshakable, that the world can no longer pull you away from your core. You've stopped begging to be seen. You've stopped negotiating for space. You've stopped apologizing for your depth. Your own company is enough, because your soul is no longer starving, it's full. You've become fiercely protective of your energy. You no longer tolerate relationships that drain you, distract you, or keep you small. You feel it instantly who is adding to your light and who is dimming it. And without drama, without explanation, you step back because your peace is no longer up for debate. This is the natural result of inner work, of walking through fire and coming out as gold. Carl Jung believed that real healing involves confronting the shadow and integrating the parts of ourselves that we once rejected. And that's exactly what you've done. You're not perfect, but you're whole. You're not performing anymore. You're present. And from this wholeness, you've stopped attracting chaos. You've stopped chasing people who reflect your wounds. You now move only with what mirrors your healing, your expansion, your truth. In this sacred solitude, you've become magnetic, not because you seek attention, but because your energy is clean. Because you've remembered who you are, others are drawn to you without understanding why. You've dropped the mask, the act, the roles you used to play for love and validation. You don't need to prove anything anymore. Your being is enough. Your presence speaks louder than your words ever could. You've become the calm in the storm, the clarity in the confusion, the soul that no longer needs to explain itself. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And now you are living that truth, not trying, not pretending, just being. And that is where your power begins. Do you feel the power of your own presence? If this message speaks to your soul, declare it in the comments. I've found peace in my solitude. And if this resonates, like the video, subscribe, and join us for more spiritual wisdom each week. 5. People are naturally drawn to your light. You no longer chase the light because you've become it. Your presence radiates something that words cannot fully describe. A calm force, a grounded energy, a silent knowing that others feel the moment they step into your field. People are naturally drawn to you, not because you ask for attention, but because your spiritual energy speaks louder than words. You have become a mirror, and in your presence, others glimpse parts of themselves they've long buried or forgotten. You're no longer seeking healers or guides outside of you, because you've stepped into that very role quietly, humbly, and powerfully. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And you, having looked deep within, are now a living embodiment of what others are still searching for. Your pain has become wisdom, your wounds have become medicine, and your journey has carved a stillness in you that feels like home to the restless souls who cross your path. You don't need to prove your growth. Your very energy makes people pause, breathe deeper, and open up without knowing why. They feel safe around you because you are safe within yourself. This is the mark of someone whose spiritual awakening has gone beyond theory and into embodiment. You no longer just talk about healing, you radiate the evidence of it. You don't need to fix others because you understand the power of presence, and your presence alone becomes a catalyst for others to remember their own light. You are the person you used to wish would show up when you were lost. You're the voice of calm, the frequency of truth, the lighthouse that doesn't chase ships, it just shines and lets those who are ready find their way. This magnetic quality is not about being special, it's about being real. It's the quiet power of someone who has walked through the fire and no longer fears the flame. Others recognize that you've seen darkness and survived it, and something in them trusts you for it. They sense that you don't have hidden agendas, that your words come from lived experience, not performance. And that's why they're drawn to you. Not because you wear spiritual labels or use fancy language, but because your energy carries the vibration of peace, truth, and alignment. You've chosen wholeness over perfection, and that wholeness makes people feel safe enough to be imperfect in your presence. This is what happens when your spiritual awakening is complete. You stop performing and start embodying. The search ends, and the becoming begins. The external seeking dissolves, and you become a quiet magnet for those still finding their way. Not because you preach, but because you exist in a frequency that others want to rise into. The lesson is this: real spiritual power is not loud, it is felt. It does not demand, it invites. You've become the embodiment of the healing, the light, and the truth you once chased. And now, without effort, you are leading others home, not by force, but by being exactly who you are. If this message resonates with your soul, let your light be known in the comments. I am a beacon of healing and truth. I attract those I am meant to help. 6. You see through deception and illusion. You no longer just look, you see. You see through the carefully crafted illusions of society, the hollow smiles, the manipulated headlines, the polished lies dressed as truth. Your soul no longer reacts with confusion or fear, because now you recognize the game. The masks are obvious. The scripts are predictable. You feel the falseness in your gut before a word is even spoken. This isn't paranoia, it's perception. It's the deep clarity that only comes when a man has suffered enough to strip away everything that isn't real. And now that you've tasted the truth, there's no going back. The fear tactics don't touch you. The guilt traps don't hold you. The chaos doesn't shake you. You've trained your nervous system to remain calm in the face of noise, because you've come to understand that most of what the world calls urgent is actually just distraction dressed in drama. You move differently now. You don't argue to prove you're right. You don't explain your boundaries. You don't need applause to feel valuable. Instead, you walk with quiet certainty, because your power comes from within, not from performance. You don't chase conversations. You don't beg to be seen. You are seen by those who matter, because your energy speaks before your mouth does. This is what happens when your soul matures beyond the need for external confirmation. You're not being cold, you're being clear. You've shed the layers that once made you easy to manipulate, and now you live with spiritual precision. You can spot manipulation without needing evidence. You can feel someone's energy shift before they even betray you. Your discernment is your armor, not because you live in fear, but because you finally live in truth. And with that truth comes a calm that confuses people. You're not rushing, not reacting, not trying to control. You're observing. You're choosing. You're responding with intention. You don't need to announce your wisdom, it's felt. You don't need to argue with deception. It reveals itself in your presence. You've become the mirror that shows people who they really are. And some can't handle that reflection. But that's not your concern anymore. You've outgrown the role of the seeker. You've stopped trying to find yourself in broken systems and shallow relationships. You've realized that what you were looking for was never out there. It was always in your soul, waiting for you to remember. And now that you've remembered, now that you know, you walk as a man, who no longer needs to search. You walk as a man who is. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom that helps you see through the noise, trust your discernment, and live aligned with truth, not illusion. 7. You feel an unshakable call to fulfill your mission. There's a force rising within you now that no longer allows you to remain still, no longer tolerates passivity or delay. It's an undeniable call from the soul, and it will not wait. This isn't confusion, it's clarity in disguise. You were not made to observe from the edges of life. You were born to participate, to shift energies, to heal what's broken, and to guide others home to themselves, not through loud declarations, but through quiet embodiment. The ache you feel is sacred. It's not restlessness, it's divine momentum. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And right now, your heart is no longer whispering. It is commanding you to act. Every part of you knows that you've been prepared for something larger than yourself. You're not here to repeat patterns. You're here to break them. And the truth is, you no longer belong in the phase of waiting. The version of you that searched for signs has already evolved. You've crossed that invisible line that separates the seeker from the teacher, the wanderer from the guide. The spiritual awakening you've gone through wasn't the end of the path. It was the doorway. You've stepped through it. The illusions you once clung to have dissolved. You now see through the noise. You feel the shift in people before they speak. You sense the truth before it's revealed. That's not something to question. That's a power to embrace. As Carl Jung emphasized, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And you are now standing at that threshold, not to contemplate, to become. Because the world doesn't need another seeker. It needs a soul who's embodied their knowing and is willing to live it out loud. This is why distractions no longer hold your attention. They've lost their taste. You can't numb yourself with what used to work because your soul no longer permits you to go unconscious. You are wide awake, and that awareness is sacred. You weren't made for a life of small talk and shallow waters. You were made to navigate depth, to feel things most people can't handle, and to lead others through terrain they've never dared to explore. That level of spiritual sensitivity is not a burden. It's a gift. The pull you feel to act now, to create, to speak, to serve, is because you've been trusted with something divine. Your gifts are not random. Your timing is not accidental. You are the one someone else is praying for. So if you feel that pressure building inside you, that sense that something big is about to be born through you, know this. It's not anxiety, it's alignment. The call to step forward won't wait for perfect conditions. It won't wait for applause. It only asks that you say yes, that you honor the fire that's been quietly preparing you for years. This is not a season of becoming. This is a season of being. You are no longer waiting for your power. You are the power. Now live like it. To affirm your devotion to the mission that stirs your soul, declare it with courage. Comment below. I answer the call to stand boldly in your purpose and remind others that their time is now too. As you continue this journey beyond awakening, remember this is no longer about seeking. It's about becoming. Your power is not something you need to find. It's something you now must use. The world needs awakened souls who no longer doubt, who no longer wait, but who choose to embody the wisdom they carry. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that guide your spiritual evolution. Your journey is just beginning, and we'll be here with you every step of the way. The spiritual principle that breaks the cycle of emotional pain. As Carl Jung once said, what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. This simple truth holds the key to breaking free from the emotional pain we carry through life. In today's video, the spiritual principle that breaks the cycle of emotional pain, we'll dive deep into the hidden root of suffering and how awareness and surrender can transform it. If you've ever felt trapped in repeating emotional patterns or wondered why certain pains keep resurfacing, this is for you. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Let's explore how spiritual wisdom and inner understanding can bring true peace. Before we begin, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever experienced a breakthrough just by letting go? Share your story in the comments, and let's grow together on this path. 1. Suffering is created by inner resistance, not external events. Pain is inevitable. It comes with the experience of being alive. But suffering, that deeper emotional turmoil we often carry for years, is something we create ourselves. And we create it through resistance. When something painful happens, we instinctively respond with thoughts like, "This shouldn't be happening." That simple mental reaction becomes the seed of suffering. We replay events, question them, resist them. And the more we resist, the more we suffer. Carl Jung captured this beautifully with the words, "What you resist persists." It's a spiritual law, not just a psychological observation. Life will always include loss, change, and challenge. But how long we stay stuck in pain, that's up to us. Resistance doesn't protect us. It doesn't heal us. It only keeps the wound open, forcing us to relive what we desperately want to escape. So many people go through life trapped in cycles of emotional pain, unaware that they're the ones holding on to it. They think their suffering is caused by what happened, but in truth, it's caused by the refusal to accept what is. Acceptance does not mean we like or agree with what happened. It simply means we stop fighting it internally, and only then can healing begin. A woman I once knew lost her partner suddenly. In the beginning, her grief was raw and real. But as months passed, her sorrow evolved into something deeper, darker bitterness. She couldn't stop saying, "It's not fair. It shouldn't have happened." Her days revolved around what ifs and why nots. She was no longer mourning the loss. She was fighting reality. And that internal war exhausted her. Eventually, she joined a support group. And there, someone said something that changed her life. "You're not hurting from the loss anymore. You're hurting from the refusal to let go." That struck a nerve. Over time, she began to release her grip on the story. The pain remained, but the suffering eased. She stopped asking why and started asking how she could carry love forward, how she could rebuild. And she did. Carl Jung taught that true healing requires integration and the acceptance of all parts of our experience, including the ones we try to suppress. When we deny or resist certain emotions, they don't disappear. They go underground. They become shadows, and those shadows shape our behavior in unconscious ways. We lash out, withdraw, self-sabotage, not because of what happened, but because of what we refuse to feel fully and release. Modern life only adds to the problem. We're constantly encouraged to stay busy, to distract ourselves, to numb pain with consumption and performance. But nothing substitutes for facing our truth. If we don't pause to meet our own discomfort with compassion and awareness, we remain trapped in patterns that look like fate, but are actually self-made prisons. You may notice this in subtle ways. Replaying an argument over and over again, clinging to anger long after it serves any purpose, feeling stuck in regret about something that can't be changed. These are signs that resistance is quietly ruling your emotional world. And like Jung warned, what you continue to resist will continue to show up in your mind, your body, your relationships until you're ready to face it. Freedom doesn't come from changing the past. It comes from changing how we hold it. When we stop resisting, we create space. And in that space, something new can enter: understanding, peace, clarity. The pain may still be there, but it no longer controls you. It no longer defines you. True spiritual growth begins the moment you stop asking reality to be different than it is. That's when the cycle breaks. That's when suffering ends. Not because life got easier, but because you stopped fighting what's already here. Have you ever noticed how your suffering grows when you mentally fight reality? If you've experienced this inner resistance and learned from it, share your story in the comments so others can find comfort and wisdom. If you're just beginning to recognize it, comment, "I'm ready to let go," so we can walk this path of healing together. 2. Radical acceptance is the key to emotional freedom. Radical acceptance doesn't mean you approve of what happened. It means you no longer allow it to steal your peace. You stop fighting reality not because you're weak, but because you're wise. This isn't surrender in the way the world sees it. This is spiritual wisdom. This is you choosing freedom over inner warfare. What you resist persists not as punishment, but as a reflection of the energy you continue to give it. The moment you drop the inner struggle, you begin to heal. And the truth is, most of our emotional pain doesn't come from the event itself, but from our refusal to accept that it happened. Acceptance isn't saying, "I'm okay with it." It's saying, "It happened, and I will no longer allow it to dominate my inner world." It's a reclaiming of power. When we stay in resistance, we leak energy. We replay scenarios. We argue with reality. We attach to outcomes that will never arrive. And all the while, our mind becomes the battlefield, one we keep revisiting, long after the war is over. But radical acceptance clears the fog. It doesn't erase the wound, but it stops us from picking at it until it bleeds again. It creates the space for real, grounded healing. There's a kind of quiet power in choosing to accept, not because you agree with the injustice, but because you refuse to let it live in you any longer. That's what Carl Jung meant when he said, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." It's not a spiritual shortcut. It's the doorway to transformation. Emotional suffering lingers when we insist life should have been different. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that the present moment, even in its pain, is sacred. It invites us to soften, to breathe, to surrender, not in defeat, but in strength. Take Maya's story. She gave 10 years of her life to someone who walked away without warning. She didn't sleep. She obsessed over what she could have done differently. Her mind became a prison built on why and what if. But nothing changed until she whispered the words, "It's done." At that moment, she wasn't giving up. She was finally letting go. letting go of the illusion that the past could be different, letting go of the pain she kept alive by holding on. And that was the beginning of her return to peace. That's what acceptance does. It sets you free from the loop. You can still feel grief. You can cry. You can rage. But you don't let the pain define your future. You don't make it your identity. You become the observer, not the hostage. That's where your power is, in the pause, in the space between reaction and presence. When you accept what is, you reclaim all the energy you once used to resist. That energy becomes the fire that rebuilds your life. Not out of bitterness, but out of clarity. Not because everything is perfect, but because you've stopped needing it to be. In spiritual wisdom, this is the shift. You no longer seek to bend reality to your will. You choose to stand in the middle of it with grace. The more you let go of control, the more you rise in peace. It's not that the pain didn't happen, it did. But you are no longer fueling it. You are no longer arguing with the storm. You are learning to dance in the rain without asking it to stop. Radical acceptance is not a one-time event. It's a way of living. And it breaks the cycle of emotional pain not through force, but through the silent power of choosing what's real. Comment below. I choose radical acceptance if you're ready to reclaim your peace and emotional freedom. 3. Your unconscious mind keeps repeating emotional pain. Most people unknowingly keep reliving the same emotional pain because their lives are being quietly directed by unconscious patterns formed in childhood. These aren't random reactions. They're emotional memories imprinted on the mind long before you ever had a choice. As Carl Jung wisely said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. What you feel isn't always about the present moment. It's often a reflection of something unhealed within you. That familiar fear of abandonment, the anxiety that flares up when you get too close to someone, or the way you sabotage your own joy when things are finally going well. These aren't flaws in your character. They're echoes from a time when your inner world was shaped by survival, not safety. Spiritual awakening begins when you stop seeing these patterns as just bad luck or who you are, and start asking deeper questions. Why does this reaction feel so familiar? Why do I always attract the same kind of pain? It's in these moments of honesty that you begin to uncover the root, not the surface behavior, but the wound beneath it. The child who never felt heard. The teenager who had to shrink themselves to feel loved. The adult who learned to expect rejection before connection. These hidden wounds are not meant to control you, but they will until you become conscious of them. When we talk about spiritual wisdom, we're not just talking about peace or enlightenment. We're talking about the raw, brave work of looking inward. It's choosing to sit with discomfort rather than numbing it. It's realizing that every emotional trigger is a mirror reflecting something you haven't yet healed. And when you react automatically, it's not because you're weak, it's because your nervous system still believes you're in the past. Your body remembers what your mind tries to forget. That's why you might flinch at love, overthink every conversation, or feel the need to prove your worth over and over again. These aren't personal failures. They're signs that your inner child is still trying to protect you in the only way it knows how. The turning point comes when you stop fighting these patterns and start listening to them. When you stop saying, "What's wrong with me?" and instead ask, What is this pain trying to show me? This shift is where true healing begins. Because once you see the pattern, you're no longer inside it, you're above it. You can begin to rewire your beliefs, to treat yourself with the tenderness you always needed, to speak to your fear with compassion instead of shame. And slowly, the energy begins to shift. You're no longer reacting, you're responding. You're no longer surviving, you're choosing. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, the ability to walk through the fire of your own story and emerge with awareness instead of resentment. To no longer call your pain destiny, but a doorway. And through that doorway, you begin to meet the real you, the one beneath the fear, the defenses, the patterns. Not the version shaped by trauma, but the soul untouched by it. The one that's been waiting for you to remember. You were never broken, only buried. If this message helped you see your patterns more clearly, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's awaken the unconscious together. 4. Emotional patterns are based on early conditioning. If you grew up believing that love always came with pain, silence, or being left behind, your adult relationships will often echo those same wounds. This isn't just coincidence, it's programming. The emotional patterns you're trapped in are not a reflection of your worth, but of your early conditioning. When love was inconsistent, when affection was earned rather than freely given, your nervous system learned to associate chaos with care. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." What feels like heartbreak or rejection today is often your inner child reenacting an unresolved story, begging you to finally choose differently. Your mind craves familiarity, even if it hurts. That's why many people are magnetically pulled toward emotionally distant partners, unstable relationships, or even cycles of abandonment, not because they want to suffer, but because deep down, it feels like home. And until you realize this, you'll keep repeating the same emotional script, hoping for a new ending from the same beginning. Think of someone who was always chasing a parent's attention growing up. In adulthood, they might find themselves trying to win over people who treat them like an option, not a priority. When they're ignored, it feels painful, but strangely familiar. When someone is kind and present, it feels boring or even suspicious. This is not love. It's the trauma bond disguised as passion. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that transformation begins with awareness. You can't change what you don't acknowledge. When you bring light to the patterns you've inherited, you stop being a victim of your past and start becoming the author of your future. It's not about blaming your parents or your childhood. It's about understanding why you keep ending up in relationships that wound the same part of you over and over again. That awareness is the key to breaking the cycle of emotional pain. And once you see the pattern, you can interrupt it with a new choice, one rooted not in fear, but in self-worth. Take Alex, for example. On the outside, he seems like he has it all: successful career, emotional depth, and genuine kindness. But every time someone gets too close, he finds a reason to back away. His partners feel confused. They don't know that behind his emotional withdrawal is a boy who learned long ago that closeness leads to punishment. As a child, the more he opened his heart, the more he was met with coldness. So now, as an adult, vulnerability feels like danger. But when Alex starts doing the inner work therapy, journaling, and reflection, he begins to see the root of his fear. He stops blaming his partners and starts understanding himself. Little by little, he begins to stay present through discomfort, choosing connection even when it scares him. And with every conscious choice, a new neural pathway is formed. That's how healing happens, not through force, but through repetition and awareness. This is what Carl Jung meant when he spoke of individuation, the journey of becoming whole. Healing emotional pain isn't about escaping the past. It's about re-entering it with new eyes. It's about meeting the wounded parts of yourself with compassion instead of shame, and choosing partners, friendships, and environments that reflect your healed identity, not your unhealed patterns. Pain, then, becomes a teacher, not a life sentence. The emotional triggers you experience are not there to destroy you. They're there to reveal what still needs your attention. Every time you feel that familiar ache, instead of running or blaming, you pause, you breathe, you ask, "Where have I felt this before?" And just like that, the unconscious becomes conscious. Are you ready to break free from old emotional patterns and create something healthier? Comment below. I choose healing if you're ready to rewrite the story your past tried to teach you. 5. The ego strengthens suffering by clinging to identity and control. The ego doesn't just experience pain, it identifies with it. It feeds off it, turning wounds into identity and survival into performance. It says, "I am the one who was betrayed. I'm the one no one understands. I've always been the victim." And the more you repeat these lines, the more you become them. This is the illusion that keeps suffering alive. Because the truth is, pain is inevitable, but suffering, that prolonged inner resistance to what has already happened, is a product of the ego's desperate attempt to stay in control. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that healing begins where identification ends. As long as you are fused with the ego's voice, real healing cannot occur. The ego resists healing not because it enjoys pain, but because pain gives it form. If you suddenly drop your story, the ego fears it will disappear. So it tightens its grip. It tells you not to forgive because forgiveness means you were weak. It tells you not to let go because letting go means you were wrong. But none of that is true. The truth is, every time you step back and witness the voice inside you, you create space between you and the illusion. That space is power. Carl Jung said, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." The ego resists because resistance keeps the cycle of emotional pain turning. When you argue with what was, relive the injustice, replay the betrayal, you're not healing, you're reinforcing. It's like picking at a wound and wondering why it never closes. The ego keeps you trapped in the loop, convinced that replaying the past will somehow redeem it. But replaying is not healing. Presence is. You can't heal what you're still trying to control. That's the paradox. The more you try to manage pain by suppressing it, avoiding it, or rationalizing it, the more deeply it buries itself in your nervous system. Spiritual wisdom shows us another way. Instead of control, it invites surrender, not as weakness, but as strength. Not as giving up, but as finally stepping into the truth that you were never meant to carry the weight of the world by yourself. Think of someone who's gone through heartbreak. The ego says, "If I trust again, I'll be hurt again." So they close off. They become hyper-vigilant, guarded, skeptical of love. It seems wise, but it's actually fear disguised as intelligence. This person isn't protecting themselves. They're building a cage around their heart. And the longer they stay inside that cage, the more convinced they become that love is dangerous. But the danger isn't love. It's the ego's distorted response to pain. The only way out is through awareness. When you notice the ego's voice, the sarcasm, the defensiveness, the quiet resentment, you begin to reclaim your energy. You start realizing, this voice isn't me. This story isn't true. That's when healing begins. Not in some grand spiritual awakening moment, but in the small, consistent choice to stop believing every thought that passes through your mind, to witness your internal reactions without becoming them. That's how you transcend the cycle. Every story the ego tells is an attempt to create certainty, but life is not here to be controlled. It's here to be experienced. And experience requires openness, softness, and a willingness to be changed. Spiritual wisdom is not about never feeling pain again. It's about no longer turning that pain into identity. It's about living in such deep truth that even when life stings, you don't close, you expand. The more you return to presence, the more the ego's grip weakens. The quieter the inner narrative becomes, the louder your soul speaks. You are not your wounds. You are not your defense mechanisms. You are not the stories you were forced to create to survive. You are the awareness underneath them all, waiting for the moment when you finally decide to come home to yourself. If you're ready to let go of the ego's illusions and embrace true healing, don't forget to subscribe for more insights on breaking free from suffering and reclaiming your inner peace. 6. Avoiding or suppressing pain only makes it worse. Avoiding or suppressing pain doesn't make it disappear. It only forces it deeper into the psyche, where it festers and transforms into anxiety, emotional detachment, or sudden outbursts that seem disproportionate to the moment. Repressed pain doesn't die. It hides in the body, in the nervous system, in the subconscious, and it controls us from the shadows. As Carl Jung so powerfully said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This is not just a psychological truth, it is a profound spiritual awakening. Pain that isn't processed will become the silent architect of your suffering, influencing your decisions, your relationships, your moods, and your sense of self-worth. Most people think healing means returning to a version of themselves that isn't broken. But true healing demands something far more radical. It calls us to feel, fully and without judgment. This means allowing the grief to surface, letting the tears fall, sitting with the ache instead of distracting ourselves with work, entertainment, or perfectionism. It means not labeling sadness as weakness, not shaming yourself for anger, and not turning pain into a silent punishment. Feeling is not a flaw in your design. It's the sacred doorway to becoming whole. Every time you suppress your emotions, you deepen the divide between your true self and your outer performance. And the longer that split goes unresolved, the more disconnected and numb you feel, even in the presence of love, beauty, or success. Spiritual wisdom teaches that emotional pain is not a curse, it is an invitation. An invitation to come home to yourself, to stop running, to listen, to witness, to hold yourself in the same compassion you so easily extend to others. You don't need to fix your feelings. You need to feel them fully, consciously, and with tenderness. You will never outthink your pain. You must outpresence it. This means allowing it to move through you instead of fighting it. Because what you resist truly does persist, but what you accept transforms. Pain that is seen dissolves. Emotion that is honored evolves into strength. The body keeps score. The soul remembers what the mind tries to forget. But when you stop abandoning yourself in moments of pain, when you finally give yourself permission to feel what you've buried for years, you begin to notice something extraordinary. The emotional charge starts to fade. The trigger loses its power. The nervous system calms. And in that stillness, your inner wisdom begins to rise. As Rumi wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." That wound, if honored, becomes your initiation, not into weakness, but into your full power. You begin to realize that spiritual awakening isn't always about peace or bliss. Sometimes it's about finally hearing your own scream and choosing not to silence it. Sometimes it's about touching the rawest parts of your soul and still choosing to love yourself anyway. This is not the easy path, but it is the path to liberation. Do you feel this truth in your heart? If so, declare it in the comments. I choose to feel, not suppress. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more healing wisdom on your journey to wholeness. 7. Pain is temporary and impermanent. Pain does not last forever. But what makes it feel endless is the story we attach to it. The moment something hurts, a breakup, a betrayal, a rejection, our mind doesn't just feel the pain, it builds a narrative around it. This always happens to me. I'm not worthy of love. People can't be trusted. And the more you repeat that story, the more rooted your suffering becomes. Pain, by its nature, is fleeting. But the story, if left unchecked, can live on for years, even decades. Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size." When you resist pain by trying to explain it away or justify it through mental storytelling, you are feeding it with your energy. And whatever you feed grows. There's a moment in everyone's life when pain knocks the wind out of you. Maybe it was when someone walked out of your life unexpectedly. Maybe it was when you gave your all to something or someone, only to be left empty-handed. In that silence, your mind desperately tries to make sense of what happened. But instead of peace, it often crafts a narrative of blame, guilt, or shame. You replay conversations, analyze text messages, relive the moment over and over again. That is not healing. That is emotional self-sabotage disguised as reflection. And yet, you stay in that loop because it gives you a false sense of control. But spiritual wisdom teaches that real control isn't about changing what happens. It's about changing how you respond to it. I once knew a man who was abandoned by his father as a child. He carried that wound well into adulthood, sabotaging relationships, pushing people away before they could leave him. He wasn't responding to the present moment. He was reacting to an old story he never stopped feeding. One day, after yet another breakup, he finally saw the pattern. He said, "I realized I wasn't afraid of love. I was afraid of being left again." That realization didn't erase the past, but it opened the door to healing. Because the moment you stop identifying with the pain, the moment you stop replaying the narrative, you begin to see your own power clearly. Not the power to rewrite the past, but the power to stop letting it define your present. Carl Jung believed that healing requires consciousness. You cannot heal what you're unwilling to face. And facing your pain means recognizing the story you've told yourself about it. Is it true? Or is it just familiar? Many people unconsciously choose suffering over healing because suffering is predictable. Healing requires the courage to let go, not just of the event, but of your role in it. You must stop being the victim in the story and start being the observer. From that place, something beautiful happens. Clarity emerges, and with clarity comes peace. Pain may knock on your door, but you don't have to invite it to stay. When you stop giving energy to the story, pain loses its power. You begin to feel spacious again, present, alive. That's what a spiritual awakening looks like. Not the absence of pain, but the absence of resistance. You realize that your worth was never tied to what happened. It was always found in how you rise after the fall. And the most powerful rise begins with one quiet, radical decision: to stop feeding the story. If this message resonates with you, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss more wisdom like this. And comment below: I release the story, I choose peace. 8. Pain is a catalyst for transformation and growth. Pain is not your enemy, it's your turning point. Carl Jung understood that suffering wasn't a punishment to be feared, but a spiritual initiation meant to wake you up. Through conscious awareness, emotional pain can be alchemized into strength, purpose, and spiritual wisdom. The moment you stop resisting and start feeling, you begin to transform. Pain strips away illusion, burns off ego, and confronts you with parts of yourself you've long ignored. It exposes where you've been lying to yourself, where you've been asleep, and where your soul is calling for more. It isn't meant to destroy you. It's meant to carve you open so that something deeper, wiser, and more authentic can take root. When we numb pain, we delay growth. When we deny pain, we deepen our wounds. But when we sit with pain, breathe through it, and ask it what it's here to teach us, that's when the shift begins. The truth is, many people spend their lives looping through the same emotional patterns, never realizing that their suffering persists because they're avoiding the inner work. Jung's powerful insight: what you resist persists is not just a clever phrase, it's a spiritual law. The more you push pain away, the more tightly it clings to you. But when you open the door to it with awareness, it begins to soften, shift, and eventually dissolve. And in its place, something stronger and clearer emerges. Think of the man who feels lost after the collapse of his marriage. At first, he drowns in shame, regret, and confusion. But instead of distracting himself with noise or running toward the next relationship, he chooses solitude. He reflects. He journals. He faces the pain. And in that quiet space, he sees for the first time how his need for control and his fear of vulnerability sabotaged his connection. This insight, born of deep emotional discomfort, doesn't just heal his wounds, it reshapes his soul. That is the essence of spiritual awakening. It's not a lightning bolt from the sky. It's a steady unfolding, often beginning with your most painful moment. Pain carries a sacred message. Something within you is no longer aligned. Something is calling for attention, healing, and change. And if you answer that call with openness instead of resistance, you become someone new, not overnight, but moment by moment. You begin to access your inner strength, your clarity, and your quiet power. This process is not glamorous. It's raw, humbling, and deeply human. But what emerges is a version of you that is no longer shaped by trauma, fear, or false identity, but by truth. And that truth is where your spiritual wisdom lives. You don't gain wisdom by reading about pain. You gain it by walking through it consciously. You earn it through every sleepless night, every tear, every honest conversation you have with yourself. And the more honest you are, the more free you become. This is why your suffering matters. Not because it defines you, but because it refines you. The more you let it teach you, the more it transforms into sacred knowledge, something that no one can take away from you. That's the gift. That's the initiation. That's the path of becoming whole. If this message touched your soul, leave a comment of faith. I believe pain is guiding me to my purpose. I trust in the transformation it brings. 9. The path to healing is personal responsibility and conscious choice. No one is coming to save you. And that is not a tragedy. It is the beginning of your liberation. The power to transform your life has always been in your hands. When you finally stop waiting for someone else to fix what's broken inside of you and instead turn inward with full presence, you begin to remember your own strength. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." That moment of turning inward is the birth of spiritual awakening. It's not about escaping the pain, but about understanding that the pain itself carries sacred instructions. The suffering we experience isn't just the result of what happened. It's the result of our resistance to it, our inner war against what is. That resistance keeps us bound, looping through emotional pain that never gets resolved. But the instant you stop fighting your emotions and start listening to them, you begin to heal. Not because the situation has changed, but because you have. You've moved out of victimhood and into presence. Spiritual awakening is not about feeling good all the time. It's about becoming deeply honest with yourself. It's about choosing to grow, even when it's uncomfortable. True power doesn't come from controlling life. It comes from taking radical responsibility for how you meet it. You stop saying, "Why is this happening to me?" And you begin asking, "What is this teaching me?" That shift changes everything. It's where inner freedom begins. When you stop blaming others, when you stop needing apologies, when you stop waiting for someone to treat you better in order to feel worthy, that's when you reclaim your life. You become your own source of validation. You become the one who nurtures the parts of you that were neglected, overlooked, or misunderstood. You meet yourself with truth and compassion, and in doing so, you become unshakable. This is not just emotional maturity. It is spiritual mastery. It is the moment you stop outsourcing your healing and start living from a place of grounded self-trust. The deeper your acceptance, the deeper your transformation. Spiritual awakening is raw. It asks you to face what you've buried. It asks you to break the patterns you inherited. It asks you to sit with your pain long enough for it to reveal its message. And in that stillness, you realize the pain was never the enemy. The real prison was your resistance to feeling it. When you surrender to what is, you make space for what can be. As Rumi said, the wound is the place where the light enters you. Your healing begins not when life gets easier, but when you choose to rise regardless. When you embrace the discomfort, hold yourself through the darkness, and walk forward with clarity, that is when you embody your power. Not because everything is perfect, but because you've chosen to stop running from your truth. This is where spiritual awakening begins and where the cycle of emotional pain finally ends. To affirm your commitment to healing and personal power, declare it in the comments. I choose growth over blame. Your words may inspire someone else to take responsibility for their life too. So as we reflect on Carl Jung's timeless wisdom, remember this: emotional pain doesn't have to define your life. What you resist truly does persist, But what you accept, you can finally release. Healing begins the moment you stop fighting your experience and start understanding it. If this message touched you or opened your heart in any way, help us spread the light by giving this video a like, sharing it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that nourish the soul. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Until next time, keep growing, keep awakening, and stay aligned with your inner truth. How to know how many lives you have lived. 9 signs of reincarnation. The soul never thinks without a picture. Aristotle. Have you ever met someone for the first time and felt like you've known them forever? Or picked up a new skill as if you'd mastered it long ago? These are more than coincidences. They could be echoes from a life you've lived before. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore 9 powerful signs that may reveal how many lives your soul has experienced. But more importantly, this isn't just about curiosity. It's about using that knowledge to deepen your self-awareness and evolve in the present moment. As you watch, ask yourself, what memories might my soul be carrying? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's grow together on this sacred journey. 1. Intense and frequent déjà vu. Déjà vu is often misunderstood as nothing more than a mental hiccup, a momentary brain glitch. But for those on a spiritual path, its intensity suggests something far more profound. When these moments strike, when you feel like you've been in a place you've never visited, or lived a moment that technically hasn't happened, they can stir something deep within you. It's not just a flicker of recognition. It's a soul-level knowing. You don't just remember with your mind. You remember with your entire being. The sensation can feel like walking into a memory that isn't yours in this lifetime, yet feels unmistakably real. Your heart rate shifts, your breath pauses, and there's a subtle inner pull as if something ancient within you is waking up. These are not ordinary sensations. These are soul memories. You might be standing in a crowd and suddenly feel a wave of familiarity, not with the people, but with the feeling of being there, as if your soul has returned to a scene it once knew. Unlike dreams that fade or thoughts that pass, this kind of déjà vu often carries emotional weight. It can feel comforting or unsettling, beautiful or eerie. But what marks it most is its vividness. The stronger the emotion and detail you feel, the more likely you're tapping into a memory from a previous incarnation. And that's where the understanding of reincarnation becomes essential. These aren't accidents of the mind. They are evidence that your consciousness has lived beyond this single life, and that it is still connected to experiences far older than your current name or form. Some may experience this through people meeting someone for the first time, but instantly feeling like you've known them forever. There's no explanation for the comfort, the bond, the magnetism. Words aren't necessary because the energy speaks louder. It's not about love at first sight. It's about recognition at first soul glance. In other cases, it could be a language, a smell, or even a historical event that brings tears to your eyes, even if you've never read about it before. These unexplained emotional responses are not coincidences. They are remnants of past lives trying to break through the veil of forgetfulness. Reincarnation teaches us that time is not linear and that the soul gathers wisdom and imprints across many lifetimes. So when déjà vu enters your awareness, it may be the soul's way of handing you a thread, one that connects you to the fabric of who you have always been. It's not fantasy, it's spiritual physics. Energy never dies, it only transforms. Your experiences are recorded in your soul's blueprint, and déjà vu is when one of those old blueprints temporarily overlays the present moment. If you listen closely, these flashes are not just strange moments to be dismissed. They are invitations, clues, reminders. In a world that tells you to define yourself by your current status, role, or achievements, déjà vu whispers something timeless. You are not just this body. You are not just this name. You have lived before, and your soul remembers. If you've ever felt a wave of intense déjà vu that tugs at your soul, not just your mind, you're not alone. Comment, I believe it's a soul memory if this resonates with you. Or, I think it's just the brain if you see it differently. Let's open the conversation. 2. Instant connections with people or places. Some connections defy logic. You meet someone for the very first time, and yet your heart skips the introductions, it just knows. There's no awkwardness, no small talk, just a strange, sacred ease, as if your souls have been waiting to meet again. This kind of instant bond isn't about physical attraction or shared interests. It's something deeper, something older. These are soul reunions, echoes from another lifetime where your spirits already danced, fought, or loved. When you meet again in this life, time bends. The connection feels effortless and unexplainably powerful, like continuing a story that never really ended. This same phenomenon doesn't just happen with people, it happens with places too. You walk into a town, step onto a stone path, or sit beside a body of water, and a flood of peace washes over you. You feel strangely at home, like you've walked those streets or heard those winds before. That feeling isn't fantasy, it's your soul remembering. It's your energy recognizing a vibration it once merged with, long before this body, this name, or this lifetime. Elena, a 32-year-old woman from Chicago, had never been outside the United States. But when she visited an old temple in Kyoto, Japan, she was overwhelmed by emotion. She couldn't understand the language or history, but her body reacted and she cried without knowing why. That night, she dreamed in vivid detail of a life she never lived. Rituals, names, even grief. Her conscious mind didn't have the answers, but her soul did. These moments are not fiction. They are spiritual whispers of who we once were. You might find that, with certain people, you fall into rhythm, as if no time has passed. You speak the same thoughts. You sense each other's moods. You know what they'll say before they say it. These aren't coincidences. They are signs of shared timelines, past lives overlapping into the now. And when it happens, you don't need years to build trust. The safety, the depth that's already there, carved into your spiritual memory. Yet not all instant connections are pleasant. Some feel magnetic, but are full of conflict, confusion, or pain. These are soul contracts, relationships meant to resolve unfinished lessons from lifetimes before. You may be drawn to them, not because they are right, but because they are familiar. And that familiarity is meant to wake you up, challenge you, heal you, or free you. Your soul remembers more than your mind can comprehend. It recognizes energy. It knows the hands that once held it, It remembers the earth that once carried its weight. So when you feel something unexplainable, don't dismiss it. These are not random emotional spikes. They are spiritual signals, invitations to remember, to reconnect with the layers of yourself that transcend time. Everything you are drawn to in this life is a clue to the many paths you've walked before. Pay attention to what stirs your spirit. The people, the places, the feelings that pull you without reason. They are the footprints of your reincarnated journey, guiding you toward deeper truth, unfinished healing, and spiritual alignment. Have you ever felt instantly connected to someone or someplace? Comment below, "My soul remembers," if you've experienced these timeless reunions. 3. Natural wisdom or talents. Some children don't just play, they compose. Some don't just doodle, they create detailed portraits with no guidance. And some speak not like kids, but like philosophers trapped in tiny bodies. These abilities don't arise out of nowhere. They are not simply coincidences, nor are they always the result of exceptional parenting or early exposure. They are clues. Clues that the soul has walked this earth before. Clues that somewhere in the unseen fabric of time, your spirit once lived, learned, and mastered a craft, and now it's remembering. This phenomenon is often described as natural wisdom or innate talent, but in truth, it may be something much deeper, a memory echoing through lifetimes. When you find yourself unusually good at something you've never studied, it's worth asking, where did this come from? That ease, that fluency, that instinct, it might be the result of accumulated experience across many lives. Reincarnation doesn't always show itself in dramatic past life flashbacks. Sometimes it's far more subtle. It slips through in the way your hands move across piano keys like they've done it 1,000 times before, or the way you understand people without needing words. The soul, unlike the mind, doesn't forget. It stores impressions, lessons, gifts, even traumas. And sometimes, when the conditions are right, these soul memories surface as seemingly unexplainable abilities. That's why a young girl may feel instantly drawn to healing others, or a boy instinctively knows how to lead and protect. It's not about what they've learned here, but what they've carried over. Talent, in this case, becomes spiritual evidence, a quiet testimony of the journeys your soul has already taken. Even adults experience this. You meet a new skill, and yet it feels old. You start a craft and feel like you've returned home. That sense of, "I've done this before," is not just a feeling, it may be real. Your soul, infinite in its nature, may be guiding you back to your purpose by revealing past life strengths in your present life. The universe does not waste experience. What you built, refined, and mastered in one life continues as spiritual residue in the next. To ignore these signs is to ignore the compass of your own evolution. When a gift flows through you effortlessly, it's often a reminder that your journey is bigger than one lifetime. You are not born empty. You were born ancient. And sometimes, your greatest wisdom isn't what you've learned, it's what you've remembered. Are you one of those souls born with ancient wisdom or talents beyond your years? If this resonates with you, comment below. I remember my gift, to honor the wisdom your soul still carries. 4. Spontaneous memories or vivid dreams. Spontaneous memories or vivid dreams often arrive without warning, fleeting moments in sleep or deep stillness that feel more like remembering than imagining. You see yourself in a different body, in an unfamiliar place, living a life that isn't yours yet somehow. It feels deeply personal. These dreams aren't random mental projections. They carry emotional weight, rich textures, and the kind of clarity that normal dreams don't possess. Often, they unfold in places you've never physically visited, but you recognize every detail. You feel the weather, the texture of the walls, the emotional dynamics of people who don't exist in your current life. These are soul impressions, fragments of memory that transcend this incarnation. Sometimes these memories don't even wait for sleep. They emerge during waking hours through déjà vu or sudden emotional surges triggered by ordinary experiences. A scent, a sound, a place can ignite a memory you've never lived but feel deeply. Maybe you pass an old cathedral in a city you've never visited, and your eyes well up with emotion you can't explain. Or perhaps you feel an irrational fear of water, fire, or heights, rooted in an event that never happened in this lifetime. These aren't coincidences. They are energetic residues from previous lives, proof that the soul carries memory, even when the mind does not. Many people experience recurring dreams involving specific locations or individuals they've never known in this lifetime. These dreams often come with a heavy emotional charge, longing, grief, deep connection, or even a sense of responsibility. You may find yourself dreaming repeatedly of fleeing danger, speaking in a foreign tongue, or finding sanctuary in ancient temples. Each dream becomes a thread in a larger tapestry your soul is weaving, gently revealing chapters of its long journey through time. Children are often the clearest conduits for these past life memories. Before the conditioning of logic and social norms sets in, they speak freely about other parents, distant lands, and events far beyond their current age or knowledge. Some may describe their death in a previous life with astonishing detail, or identify places and people they've never seen. These spontaneous recollections are the soul's raw voice, honest, unfiltered, and powerful. As we grow older, those memories are pushed beneath layers of rationality, but they don't disappear. They simply wait for the right moment to re-emerge. During spiritual awakening, the veil begins to thin. You start noticing connections between your dreams, emotional patterns, and the larger questions about your existence. Your vibration rises, and with it, your sensitivity to subtle energies. This is when spontaneous memories intensify, becoming invitations to explore your spirituality and reconnect with your true essence. The soul starts revealing its ancient wounds and victories, asking for integration, healing, and remembrance. These glimpses are not just personal. They are spiritual clues that you have lived before, loved before, and possibly left something unfinished that now calls for your attention. In the language of energy, nothing is ever lost. Everything is stored, waiting to be retrieved. The law of attraction plays a quiet but powerful role in this. As you evolve, you begin to attract exactly what you need to remember. These memories don't return randomly. They surface when you're spiritually ready. That's when manifestation becomes deeper than visualizing material things. It becomes a process of summoning your soul's truth. The dream isn't just a dream. It's a signal. It's your soul reminding you of what it still carries, what it still seeks, and what it has always known. If you've ever felt a dream or memory that seemed more real than this life, it may be your soul remembering. If you believe this message is meant for you, repeat after me. These memories are sacred. I receive them with trust, knowing they are guiding me. 5. Fears or phobias without cause. Unexplained fears, whether it's the terror of deep water, The panic on high places, or the dread of confined spaces, often go far beyond logic. These phobias can feel like irrational overreactions, especially when nothing in your present life explains them. But the truth is, some fears may be echoes of a trauma your soul has carried from another lifetime. While your conscious mind doesn't recall the experience, your body still remembers. The trembling hands, the racing heart, the overwhelming urge to escape it all points to a deeper memory that lives beneath the surface of awareness. Take the example of a woman who's never experienced a drowning incident, yet avoids lakes and pools with intense fear. Or the man who's never been trapped, yet panics in elevators or small rooms. These reactions don't stem from the present. They often reflect unresolved energies imprinted on the soul from the past. According to spiritual wisdom, your soul holds onto certain imprints from one life to the next, especially those involving sudden trauma, fear, or loss. And these imprints can manifest as instinctive, seemingly irrational fears that you just can't shake. Your body's reactions are not failures. They are signals. When your nervous system goes into overdrive without cause, it may be because your soul remembers a danger it once faced. These aren't just feelings to suppress or medicate away. They are messages deeply encoded into your energetic being, asking to be heard, honored, and healed. And through healing, these fears can become doorways to deeper self-knowledge and soul integration. Many people who explore past life regression discover startling connections between their present phobias and their previous lifetimes. A fear of heights might trace back to a fall in a previous incarnation. A fear of being buried alive might be linked to a lifetime that ended in war or disaster. Even modern therapy is beginning to acknowledge the powerful effect of subconscious memory, and spiritual healing expands this awareness into the timeless journey of the soul. These fears are not random, nor are they punishments. They are invitations. They invite you to explore your past, not with fear, but with curiosity. To see your phobias not as obstacles, but as remnants of a story that's still unfolding. You're not broken. You're remembering. You're reconnecting with pieces of yourself, long hidden beneath the veil of time. By working through these deep emotional imprints, through practices like meditation, conscious breathing, journaling, or energy work, you begin to reclaim lost parts of your power. You don't have to know exactly what happened in the past to release it. What matters is your willingness to feel, to listen, and to shift the energy that still lingers. Every unexplained fear is a trail of breadcrumbs leading you home. Not to your house or your name, but to your soul. And with each layer you peel back, you're reminded that your life is not the first page in your story. It's just the latest chapter. If you've ever felt a fear that makes no logical sense, you're not alone, and your soul might remember what your mind has forgotten. If this message resonates with you, don't hesitate to like, subscribe, and share your experience in the comments below. Let's heal and release it together. 6. Fascination with specific cultures or time periods. There are moments in life when you stumble upon a piece of history, a photograph, a melody, or even a scent, and suddenly you're overcome with a strange emotion that has no explanation. It's not just curiosity. It's as if something ancient within you has been awakened. You may find yourself inexplicably drawn to a specific culture or time period, as if it's a part of your story, even though you've never lived it in this life. This deep emotional attachment to an era, be it ancient Egypt, the Victorian Age, or tribal Africa, feels almost sacred. It touches something so real and familiar inside you that logic falls short. That resonance isn't accidental. It's the echo of memory, one that doesn't belong to your body, but to your soul. Many people experience this recognition without understanding it. It might be sparked by watching a documentary, walking through an old temple, or hearing a traditional instrument you've never heard before. Suddenly, you're moved to tears. Something within you knows the sound, the place, the story. This is what we call soul recognition, a gentle but undeniable reminder that you may have lived during those times. Your emotional reaction is not imagined, it's remembered. Science may not yet have language for it, but many spiritual paths understand that your consciousness is layered. While your current identity may be limited to this lifetime, your soul carries impressions from previous incarnations. These impressions can surface as irrational longings, unexplained preferences, or powerful emotional responses. They rise like whispers from another time, guiding you back to who you've always been beneath the surface of your present self. The deeper truth is that your soul doesn't forget. Even if your mind has no recollection, your energetic field holds everything your loves, your losses, your roles, your rituals. That's why people sometimes discover they have a deep passion for ancient scripts, foreign languages, or specific symbols without ever studying them. There's a familiarity there that defies logic. It's not learning, it's remembering. You weren't imagining it when you felt chills walking into that ancient cathedral. You weren't overreacting when your heart broke while reading a tragedy from a distant empire. And you certainly weren't fantasizing when you knew the layout of a historical city you'd never visited. The soul speaks in emotion, in symbols, in subtle awakenings that can't be dismissed by reason alone. This connection to past cultures can also carry a sense of mission. It's as if your soul has returned to continue something that was unfinished. That's why some people feel a calling to preserve certain traditions, fight for forgotten truths, or honor the wisdom of ancient civilizations. They're not just students of history, they're participants in it. So when you feel that pull toward a time, a place, a people, don't ignore it. It may very well be your soul leading you to the fragments of your truth scattered across lifetimes. And through that recognition, you may find pieces of your purpose in this one. If you've ever felt drawn to a place or time you've never lived in, your soul may be remembering. If you believe and are ready to receive it, repeat after me. This connection is not random, my soul remembers. I trust the journey unfolding for me. 7. Feeling like an old soul. You always felt different, not in a way that made you feel superior, but in a way that made you feel ancient, as though you carried stories in your bones, echoes in your heart, and a kind of wisdom in your silence. While others around you chased the next trend, laughed over trivial things, or stayed consumed by surface-level drama, you watched. Not because you were cold, but because you simply didn't resonate with the noise. From a young age, you preferred solitude over popularity, reflection over distraction, and meaning over entertainment. You were not detached, you were deep. And that depth is not always born in this lifetime. Old souls don't just grow wise, they return wise. If you've always gravitated toward introspection, craved deep conversations that feel like soul excavations, and found comfort in the unseen and the unspoken, it's likely your soul remembers. You may have sat quietly in the company of many, feeling as if no one could quite see the real you, the version of you that transcends age, time, and identity. That's not alienation. That's reincarnation's whisper. It's your soul nudging you gently, reminding you that you've lived before, that your knowing wasn't taught, but remembered. This longing for meaning often shows up in your spiritual curiosity, not just as interest, but as recognition. When you hear truths about energy, consciousness, the law of attraction, or manifestation, you don't just believe, you resonate. These aren't ideas you're trying to accept. They're truths you feel like you already knew. Your soul isn't learning, it's waking up. You may find yourself drawn to the mysteries of life, why we're here, how energy shapes reality, or what exists beyond death. That pull isn't random. It's a result of lifetimes spent exploring, seeking, and evolving. You've likely felt older than your peers in more ways than one emotionally, spiritually, and even intellectually. While others sought applause, you sought alignment. While others performed for approval, you pursued a purpose. Your detachment from shallow conversations doesn't come from arrogance, but from the soul's exhaustion with repetition. You've lived through it all before the drama, the noise, the illusion. Now, you crave truth. And yet, in your depth, you've also known loneliness, because not everyone can walk with you into the places you're willing to go. Not everyone is ready to remember what your soul already knows. You've had to sit with silence and let it speak, let it teach. But even in isolation, you've always known. Your difference was never a curse. It was a sign, a spiritual signature, proof of many lives, many lessons, and many returns. To feel like an old soul is not a phase or personality trait. It's a spiritual inheritance, a sign that you've walked through lifetimes gathering wisdom, that you've been here before, and that you came back with a mission. The world may not always understand you, but deep inside, you know exactly who you are. And that knowing, that unshakable truth, is the loudest echo of your soul's eternal journey. If you've ever felt like an old soul navigating a world that doesn't quite match your depth, let us know you're still with us, and comment, "I feel the wisdom within," below. Your words help us connect more deeply with souls like yours. 8. Recurring life patterns or lessons. Some emotional patterns feel strangely familiar, like déjà vu for the soul. You may find yourself falling into the same relationship dynamics over and over again, trusting too soon, getting hurt, being abandoned, or sacrificing your own needs to please others. At first, it might seem like coincidence or poor judgment, but when the pattern repeats across years, different people, and even different environments, it's not random. It's reincarnation at work. These aren't just emotional habits. They're soul lessons your spirit has yet to master. They come back not to punish you, but to be healed. Until they are faced, integrated, and resolved, they will return again and again through new faces, new places, and new circumstances. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the soul is a traveler through time, carrying emotional imprints and karmic memories across lifetimes. So when you're stuck in cycles of abandonment, betrayal, self-doubt, or rejection, these aren't just wounds from this lifetime. They may be echoes of unhealed traumas from lifetimes before, where you weren't able to speak up, fight back, or walk away. Now, your soul is asking, will you finally learn what you were once too afraid to confront? Will you love yourself enough this time to choose differently? Take, for example, someone who constantly ends up in situations where they're undervalued at work, in friendships, in love. No matter how much effort they give, they feel unseen. This may not just be bad luck. It could be a recurring soul lesson to stop seeking external validation and remember their divine worth. The lesson is never about changing the world outside you. It's about evolving the world within you. And when you shift internally, the external reality must follow. The universe is patient. It doesn't rush your awakening. If you don't learn the lesson in this life, it will be lovingly reintroduced in the next. That's the grace of reincarnation. But the moment you recognize the pattern, truly recognize it, it begins to lose power over you. That's when you start writing a new story, not from fear or habit, but from consciousness and choice. As Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. What you call misfortune may actually be divine repetition, an invitation to evolve. You're not being tested, you're being taught. And every time the lesson returns, it carries the same message. You are ready now. Choose differently. Respond with awareness. Heal the wound at its root. These repeating emotional loops are sacred. They are not obstacles. They are assignments. And when you pass them, you don't just liberate yourself. You free your bloodline, your future lifetimes, and the collective energy field of those around you. You become a living testimony that healing is real, reincarnation is active, and spiritual wisdom is the path home. To affirm your commitment to breaking old cycles and embracing true growth, declare your intention. Comment below, I choose to learn and heal, to honor your soul's journey and encourage others to face their patterns with awareness and strength. 9. A deep inner search for meaning. There's a kind of emptiness that success can't fill, a restless stirring inside you. Even when everything in your life looks complete. You may have the job, the relationship, the stability, yet something deeper keeps tugging at your spirit. It's not dissatisfaction with life, it's a hunger for meaning. That quiet longing for something greater is one of the most profound signs your soul has walked this earth before. You're not just living this life, you're remembering. This inner yearning doesn't disappear, no matter how many goals you achieve or boxes you check. It follows you into quiet moments, whispers through sleepless nights, and reveals itself when you're surrounded by people, but still feel alone. You've probably tried to silence it by staying busy, by chasing the next achievement, but it always returns this subtle ache for something more timeless, more sacred. And that's because your soul has known deeper realms. It's carrying the echoes of lifetimes spent seeking, evolving, learning. You might have found yourself drawn to questions that others find too heavy or too strange. What's the purpose of suffering? Why do I feel things so deeply? Why do I feel older than my age? That isn't coincidence. It's spiritual memory trying to rise through your conscious mind. It's your soul nudging you toward your origin. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." That awakening begins with this hunger. It often leads you towards spiritual paths that seem unusual to others. Meditation, energy work, past life regression, or simply spending long hours in silence contemplating the meaning of it all. You might have tried to explain it before, but found words too limiting. That's because what you're experiencing goes beyond language. It's a remembering. A remembering of who you were, who you are, and who you're becoming. You're not just exploring spirituality, you're decoding your soul's blueprint from lifetimes ago. Even in childhood, this longing may have shown up. Maybe you looked at the stars and felt homesick for a place you couldn't name. Maybe you asked questions no one else around you could answer. Maybe you felt different, not better, just older, more tired, more sensitive, more aware. That sensitivity was not weakness. It was wisdom accumulated through many cycles of existence. And now, as you mature, the call grows louder, not for more things, but for more truth. This hunger eventually shifts your focus. The need to impress, to chase trends, to belong in places that drain you, it all begins to dissolve. You start letting go of superficial noise and gravitating toward peace, toward books that stir your soul, people who speak with depth, and environments that feel like sacred space. Your energy becomes more discerning, not out of judgment, but out of instinct. You're returning to yourself. What drives this longing is not confusion, it's clarity. It's your soul remembering what truly matters. You've lived before, and you came back, not to repeat, but to realign. The restlessness you feel is not a flaw, it's an invitation. Your soul is not lost, it's awakening. Remember, the journey of the soul is vast, mysterious, and often far older than we can imagine. The signs of reincarnation aren't just mystical ideas, they're spiritual breadcrumbs leading you back to your eternal truth. So if any of these 9 signs resonated with you, trust that your soul has walked many paths before this one, and each life has brought you closer to who you are meant to become. If you found value in today's message, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who's spiritually curious, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure you turn on the notification bell so you never miss a chance to dive deeper into the wisdom of the soul. Your awakening is only just beginning. Carl Jung, 7 signs your spiritual awakening is over. It's time to use your powers. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where transformation begins from within. In today's video, we're diving deep into Carl Jung's profound insight and exploring 7 powerful signs that your spiritual awakening has ended and your true mission has begun. This is not just about awareness anymore. It's about activation. You've already opened your eyes to the deeper truths. Now it's time to use your spiritual gifts, walk in your purpose, and become the force of light you were meant to be. As you listen, ask yourself, are you living as the awakened soul you've become? Share your experience in the comments where you are on your journey. Let's inspire and learn from each other. Be sure to like, subscribe, and let's begin this next chapter of your spiritual evolution together. 1. You no longer feel separate from the universe. You no longer feel like a visitor in this universe. You remember that you are the universe, aware of itself. The illusion of being separate from life fades like a dream at dawn. Suddenly, everything feels connected. The breath in your lungs, the rhythm of your heart, the movement of the stars. You don't just believe in oneness, you live it. The old struggle to control and resist disappears, replaced by a deep inner trust, a quiet surrender. You no longer chase peace because you are peace. You don't fight the flow of life, you are the flow. The universe doesn't speak to you in riddles anymore. It speaks through you, as you. As Carl Jung once said, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. And when you've truly awakened, You no longer feel like a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean in a single drop. The false sense of identity that once revolved around ego, status, and stories begins to dissolve. You no longer define yourself by your wounds, your accomplishments, or your roles. There's a stillness in you now, one that doesn't depend on what others think or say. You don't need to prove your worth because you've realized your existence is the proof. You start seeing everyone not as enemies or strangers, but as mirrors, reflections of the same source you come from. Even your pain becomes sacred because you understand it was the fire that melted the illusion. This shift doesn't make you passive. It awakens a different kind of power. Not the loud, forceful kind, but the grounded, magnetic kind. You can walk into chaos and remain calm. You can lose something and still feel whole. You stop asking the universe to give you signs, you become the sign. You're no longer waiting for a purpose, you realize you are the purpose. There's no longer a need to seek or chase. The seeker has vanished, and in its place stands someone who remembers. This is the moment Carl Jung described when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." But now, you don't move through life blindly. You move with awareness, intention, and grace. You begin to love differently too. Your love is no longer transactional or filled with expectations. It flows from a place of fullness, not lack. You love without clinging, give without needing, and speak without fearing how you'll be received. You live not to impress others, but to express the truth. And in that truth, you find freedom. You no longer need the world to tell you who you are. You've touched something eternal inside yourself. And once that happens, there's no going back. You realize that your presence alone shifts rooms, heals wounds, and awakens others, not because you're trying to, but because you're aligned. The line between you and life disappears. You are no longer in the universe. You are the universe, alive in human form. Have you ever felt one with the universe, as if you're not just living in it, but you are it? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can feel that connection too. If not, comment, "I'm ready." And let's walk this path of unity and divine peace together. 2. Your intuition guides you without doubt. You fully trust your inner knowing now, and that changes everything. You don't need to explain it, prove it, or run it by someone else to make sure you're right. You just know. You no longer depend solely on logic, and you've stopped chasing external validation. Instead, you move with quiet certainty. Your spiritual intuition has sharpened to the point where it leads you with ease, not confusion. Decisions feel aligned before they make sense. You can sense energy, motives, and timing without needing evidence. And you've learned that this soul-based guidance is more reliable than anything the outside world can offer. The internal battle is over. You don't wrestle with doubt the way you used to. Your actions are no longer delayed by analysis, hesitation, or fear of judgment. You simply feel the truth and follow it. That is the mark of someone whose spiritual awakening is no longer a process, but a state of being. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." You've awakened. You don't live by reaction anymore, you live by alignment. When your soul speaks, you listen. And when it tells you to move, you move. You don't over-explain. You don't justify. You don't shrink. You act from a place of knowing that can't be taught. only remembered. You've stopped doubting your own energy, your own senses, your own path. When something feels wrong, you honor it, even if there's no clear reason. When something feels right, you follow it, even if no one else sees it. Your intuition has become your most trusted voice because it's the only voice that knows your path was never meant to be logical, it was meant to be true. This is the kind of spiritual power that doesn't seek attention but commands respect. You walk differently. You speak with less, but every word carries weight. You let your presence do the work because you no longer need to convince anyone of your direction. You're done waiting for confirmation. You are the confirmation. Your life flows more naturally now because you are no longer fighting against your own current. Everything you need comes easier, not because life is suddenly without struggle, but because your energy is no longer split. You're not searching, you're following. You're not hoping, you're trusting. And that trust is what transforms your spiritual wisdom into spiritual embodiment. This moment isn't about gaining new tools. It's about finally using the ones you already have. The lesson is simple but powerful. Your intuition is your soul speaking clearly. And when you stop ignoring it, you stop betraying yourself. Let it guide you, not occasionally, but always. Let it lead you through the noise, through the confusion, through the pressure to explain yourself. You are not here to be understood. You are here to understand yourself so deeply that nothing external can shake you. That's what happens when your spiritual awakening is over. You don't become louder. You become clearer. Comment below. I trust my inner guidance. If you're ready to follow your intuition without hesitation and let your soul lead the way. 3. Material desires no longer control you. You are no longer ruled by money, status, or the endless chase for recognition, because something in you has awakened something deeper than ambition. You've outgrown the hunger for validation and the illusion that power or wealth can define your worth. True wealth now means something entirely different. It is the peace that comes from knowing who you are, the purpose that fuels your every action, and the alignment of your soul with something greater than yourself. You no longer chase things out of emptiness because you've realized that fulfillment was never outside of you. It was always within. The world hasn't changed, but your lens has. You don't deny abundance. You just don't worship it. You don't reject success. You simply no longer let it define your identity. What drives you now is not greed, but growth. Not image, but essence. Not applause, but alignment. You've shifted from grasping to receiving, from controlling to allowing, and this shift is where your power begins. The man you've become knows that money is a tool, not a measure of value. He sees through the noise of social status and recognizes that character, integrity, and spiritual presence matter far more. Where once you measured your worth by comparison, you now measure it by connection to your values, your truth, your soul. And in this quiet confidence, abundance begins to flow toward you, not because you're forcing it, but because your energy is clean, your intentions are pure, and your presence is magnetic. You no longer seek to prove yourself because you already know your worth. You don't hustle to be seen because you are rooted in being. You don't need constant reassurance because you are led by inner certainty, not external noise. And this is the paradox of power. When your soul is in command, everything you once chased begins to come to you. There is a calm determination in the way you move now, a clarity in your focus, a discipline in your desires. Your energy no longer scatters toward temporary highs. It gathers around what is real, lasting, and true. The people around you sense it. They see that you are no longer a man in pursuit. You are a man in possession of himself. And that presence, that stillness, that depth creates ripple effects. The universe responds when a soul becomes unshakable. Opportunities arrive, not because you're desperate, but because you're prepared. People trust you, not because you're loud, but because you're anchored. You walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere not by trying, but by being. Your life becomes a mirror of the internal harmony you've cultivated. You've stopped living from the surface and started living from the soul. And as you continue to walk this path, you will notice something even greater. Your desires will purify. The need for more will be replaced by the desire to serve. The thirst for validation will be replaced by the joy of contribution. You will stop asking, "What can I get?" and begin asking, "What can I give?" Because when your soul takes the lead, your entire life becomes an offering, an expression of something eternal. And in this sacred space, material desires become tools, not chains, symbols, not shackles. You are free, not because you have nothing, but because nothing has you. Stay connected with our community of spiritual growth by subscribing to our channel. Here, we share powerful reminders that true abundance begins within, beyond money, titles, or material gain. Remember, you are already whole, guided by purpose, and aligned with a higher calling. Let peace be your wealth. 4. You've embraced solitude and found peace. Silence no longer feels like absence. It feels like presence. You've stopped trying to escape yourself because your own energy has become enough. The stillness that once made you restless now feels like home, like sacred ground where your soul breathes freely. You no longer reach for noise or distraction to fill the void, because the void is no longer empty. It's alive with meaning, with memory, with presence. This isn't isolation, it's revelation. You've uncovered the truth that Carl Jung spoke of when he said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And now, because you can communicate with your soul, you are no longer lonely. In this silence, you've built a relationship with yourself so intimate, so unshakable, that the world can no longer pull you away from your core. You've stopped begging to be seen. You've stopped negotiating for space. You've stopped apologizing for your depth. Your own company is enough, because your soul is no longer starving, it's full. You've become fiercely protective of your energy. You no longer tolerate relationships that drain you, distract you, or keep you small. You feel it instantly who is adding to your light and who is dimming it. And without drama, without explanation, you step back, because your peace is no longer up for debate. This is the natural result of inner work, of walking through fire and coming out as gold. Carl Jung believed that real healing involves confronting the shadow and integrating the parts of ourselves that we once rejected. And that's exactly what you've done. You're not perfect, but you're whole. You're not performing anymore. You're present. And from this wholeness, you've stopped attracting chaos. You've stopped chasing people who reflect your wounds. You now move only with what mirrors your healing, your expansion, your truth. In this sacred solitude, you've become magnetic, not because you seek attention, but because your energy is clean. Because you've remembered who you are, others are drawn to you without understanding why. You've dropped the mask, the act, the roles you used to play for love and validation. You don't need to prove anything anymore. Your being is enough. Your presence speaks louder than your words ever could. You've become the calm in the storm, the clarity in the confusion, the soul that no longer needs to explain itself. Carl Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And now you are living that truth, not trying, not pretending, just being. And that is where your power begins. Do you feel the power of your own presence? If this message speaks to your soul, declare it in the comments. I've found peace in my solitude. And if this resonates, like the video, subscribe, and join us for more spiritual wisdom each week. 5. People are naturally drawn to your light. You no longer chase the light because you've become it. Your presence radiates something that words cannot fully describe. A calm force, a grounded energy, a silent knowing that others feel the moment they step into your field. People are naturally drawn to you, not because you ask for attention, but because your spiritual energy speaks louder than words. You have become a mirror, and in your presence, others glimpse parts of themselves they've long buried or forgotten. You're no longer seeking healers or guides outside of you, because you've stepped into that very role quietly, humbly, and powerfully. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And you, having looked deep within, are now a living embodiment of what others are still searching for. Your pain has become wisdom, your wounds have become medicine, and your journey has carved a stillness in you that feels like home to the restless souls who cross your path. You don't need to prove your growth. Your very energy makes people pause, breathe deeper, and open up without knowing why. They feel safe around you because you are safe within yourself. This is the mark of someone whose spiritual awakening has gone beyond theory and into embodiment. You no longer just talk about healing, you radiate the evidence of it. You don't need to fix others because you understand the power of presence, and your presence alone becomes a catalyst for others to remember their own light. You are the person you used to wish would show up when you were lost. You're the voice of calm, the frequency of truth, the lighthouse that doesn't chase ships, it just shines and lets those who are ready find their way. This magnetic quality is not about being special, it's about being real. It's the quiet power of someone who has walked through the fire and no longer fears the flame. Others recognize that you've seen darkness and survived it, and something in them trusts you for it. They sense that you don't have hidden agendas, that your words come from lived experience, not performance. And that's why they're drawn to you. Not because you wear spiritual labels or use fancy language, but because your energy carries the vibration of peace, truth, and alignment. You've chosen wholeness over perfection, and that wholeness makes people feel safe enough to be imperfect in your presence. This is what happens when your spiritual awakening is complete. You stop performing and start embodying. The search ends, and the becoming begins. The external seeking dissolves, and you become a quiet magnet for those still finding their way. Not because you preach, but because you exist in a frequency that others want to rise into. The lesson is this: real spiritual power is not loud, it is felt. It does not demand, it invites. You've become the embodiment of the healing, the light, and the truth you once chased. And now, without effort, you are leading others home, not by force, but by being exactly who you are. If this message resonates with your soul, let your light be known in the comments. I am a beacon of healing and truth. I attract those I am meant to help. 6. You see through deception and illusion. You no longer just look, you see. You see through the carefully crafted illusions of society, the hollow smiles, the manipulated headlines, the polished lies dressed as truth. Your soul no longer reacts with confusion or fear, because now you recognize the game. The masks are obvious. The scripts are predictable. You feel the falseness in your gut before a word is even spoken. This isn't paranoia, it's perception. It's the deep clarity that only comes when a man has suffered enough to strip away everything that isn't real. And now that you've tasted the truth, there's no going back. The fear tactics don't touch you. The guilt traps don't hold you. The chaos doesn't shake you. You've trained your nervous system to remain calm in the face of noise, because you've come to understand that most of what the world calls urgent is actually just distraction dressed in drama. You move differently now. You don't argue to prove you're right. You don't explain your boundaries. You don't need applause to feel valuable. Instead, you walk with quiet certainty, because your power comes from within, not from performance. You don't chase conversations. You don't beg to be seen. You are seen by those who matter, because your energy speaks before your mouth does. This is what happens when your soul matures beyond the need for external confirmation. You're not being cold, you're being clear. You've shed the layers that once made you easy to manipulate, and now you live with spiritual precision. You can spot manipulation without needing evidence. You can feel someone's energy shift before they even betray you. Your discernment is your armor, not because you live in fear, but because you finally live in truth. And with that truth comes a calm that confuses people. You're not rushing, not reacting, not trying to control. You're observing. You're choosing. You're responding with intention. You don't need to announce your wisdom, it's felt. You don't need to argue with deception. It reveals itself in your presence. You've become the mirror that shows people who they really are. And some can't handle that reflection. But that's not your concern anymore. You've outgrown the role of the seeker. You've stopped trying to find yourself in broken systems and shallow relationships. You've realized that what you were looking for was never out there. It was always in your soul, waiting for you to remember. And now that you've remembered, now that you know, you walk as a man who no longer needs to search. You walk as a man who is. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom that helps you see through the noise, trust your discernment, and live aligned with truth, not illusion. 7. You feel an unshakable call to fulfill your mission. There's a force rising within you now that no longer allows you to remain still, no longer tolerates passivity or delay. It's an undeniable call from the soul, and it will not wait. This isn't confusion, it's clarity in disguise. You were not made to observe from the edges of life. You were born to participate, to shift energies, to heal what's broken, and to guide others home to themselves not through loud declarations, but through quiet embodiment. The ache you feel is sacred. It's not restlessness, it's divine momentum. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And right now, your heart is no longer whispering. It is commanding you to act. Every part of you knows that you've been prepared for something larger than yourself. You're not here to repeat patterns. You're here to break them. And the truth is, you no longer belong in the phase of waiting. The version of you that searched for signs has already evolved. You've crossed that invisible line that separates the seeker from the teacher, the wanderer from the guide. The spiritual awakening you've gone through wasn't the end of the path. It was the doorway. You've stepped through it. The illusions you once clung to have dissolved. You now see through the noise. You feel the shift in people before they speak. You sense the truth before it's revealed. That's not something to question. That's a power to embrace. As Carl Jung emphasized, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And you are now standing at that threshold, not to contemplate, to become. Because the world doesn't need another seeker. It needs a soul who's embodied their knowing and is willing to live it out loud. This is why distractions no longer hold your attention. They've lost their taste. You can't numb yourself with what used to work because your soul no longer permits you to go unconscious. You are wide awake, and that awareness is sacred. You weren't made for a life of small talk and shallow waters. You were made to navigate depth, to feel things most people can't handle, and to lead others through terrain they've never dared to explore. That level of spiritual sensitivity is not a burden. It's a gift. The pull you feel to act now, to create, to speak, to serve, is because you've been trusted with something divine. Your gifts are not random. Your timing is not accidental. You are the one someone else is praying for. So if you feel that pressure building inside you, that sense that something big is about to be born through you, know this. It's not anxiety, it's alignment. The call to step forward won't wait for perfect conditions. It won't wait for applause. It only asks that you say yes, that you honor the fire that's been quietly preparing you for years. This is not a season of becoming. This is a season of being. You are no longer waiting for your power. You are the power. Now live like it. To affirm your devotion to the mission that stirs your soul, declare it with courage. Comment below. I answer the call to stand boldly in your purpose and remind others that their time is now too. As you continue this journey beyond awakening, remember this is no longer about seeking. It's about becoming. Your power is not something you need to find. It's something you now must use. The world needs awakened souls who no longer doubt, who no longer wait, but who choose to embody the wisdom they carry. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos that guide your spiritual evolution. Your journey is just beginning, and we'll be here with you every step of the way.